Can anyone hear me yet? Or see me? Could you say something in the chat if you can? Because I've got this extremely technical setup and I don't really know if it's working at this point. Can you hear me? Can you see me? Oh, amazing. Okay, right, let me stick this back up. Fantastic. So, some of you may have seen me accidentally live streaming. Well, it wasn't me, it was my daughter accidentally live streaming this afternoon while we were trying to set this up. My daughter streams on Twitch and her technical knowledge on these matters far exceeds my own, but YouTube's a bit of a shit, actually, to try and set up. And so she was having all sorts of issues with it, and she'd pointed the camera towards the underside of the windowsill just in case she accidentally did stream, because she was all dressed up as a pirate ready to go to a pirate party this evening. So the caveat for this live stream is that my technical support, which is my son and my daughter, like my son now lives in Newcastle at university, but my daughter has gone to his pirate party. So if things go wrong, I'm kind of flying without a net here. So, short of calling her in the middle of the party, you go, help. Well, yeah. We just have to hope that the gods of the live stream are nice to us this time. Yeah, so actually really, really warm. Right, so while we're getting all set up and waiting for people to arrive, why don't you tell me all where you are from? Is the sound okay? I've got the live chat here, so I don't have to keep scrolling, because apparently that's what proper streamers do, according to my daughter. Right, so let's have a look. Oh, bless you, Jason and Hayley, you're both here. Thank you, I appreciate it. Got people from Berlin, Bloomer, hello, Vancouver Island, New Jersey, Brussels, Ireland. This blows my mind every single fucking time, and I don't know why, because it's not like I don't have access to YouTube analytics. It's not like I can't see exactly where people are from, but when they actually show up in the reels on a live stream, it's madness. Alright, I'm going to see. Now, if you've watched any of my live streams before, it's a thing that I constantly bitch about is the fact that on the screen you get about 3 inches of chat box. It's not a nightmare trying to keep up with things. So apparently this will be better, but if I can spin it around, that'll be even better still, because the words will be big. There we go. Amazing. It works. This is incredible. Awesome. So, that actually the video is still not live on my phone. I don't know what's going on there, but it's still got the holding picture. Madness. Oh, I see. Oh, bless you all being excited to catch a live. I'm really not that interesting, like, honestly. I have no idea how many of you are here either, because I can't see that information, and I don't really want to touch anything on the laptop because I don't want it. I moved it earlier, just after my daughter had left for the party, and the whole thing just froze up, and I was horrified. We ended up having to have a Snapchat video call while I fixed everything and she told me what to do. I don't really want to do that again. It was complicated. Oh, I've got a heater on in here and it's actually incredibly efficient, even though it's really, really cold outside. Anyway, it is lovely to see you all, however many of you there are here. I have no idea, actually. Let's see if there's any way I can have a look without breaking anything. Oh, okay. Well, it's showing as laggy as fuck on my computer, but that doesn't really matter. Oh, we've got people from Dartington. Oh, you like my t-shirt? The astute amongst you will been noticing that I signal to you all on a fairly regular basis via my t-shirts. It seems to be quite a good way to get around, YouTube censorship. We put it like that. So I have a whole host of cool and imaginative t-shirts giving you a message at any given point. So yeah, same goes for this one. I've gone out. Catch up with the chat. It certainly is wet and windy in here, Hayley, in England altogether. It's been awful today. It's absolutely grim. So blessed Samhain to you all. I've got a few things that I would like to talk about this evening, but I'm sure they'll come up holistically during the course of the live stream. I did speak to my patrons yesterday, and I asked them if they had any questions, just to fire them into the post, comment on the post, and I would cover them, because it's one of the things that really drives me mad about the live chat, is that I miss so much of it because of the way that it displays, but also the way that it updates, and then I just miss about 200 messages and it drops down to the bottom again. So I do have a list of questions from my patrons, and they cover all sorts of things. Some of them I imagine will come out during the course of this live stream anyway. A couple of them were more specific. Let me see. I'm going to try and keep up with what's going on here. Well, Jean the Bean, you're here from Florida. Wow. That's incredible. Right. Okay. So, shall I start talking to you about the things that I want to mention? I think I might as well. I've got a list. I've got a list here, just so that I don't fucking forget anything, because that's likely. Actually, let's start with the most important thing, right? So, we all know that Halloween is more than just dressing up in, funny costumes and going around trick-and-treating and stuff. The whole that whole kind of commercial side of Halloween doesn't really interest me, apart from awesome Halloween decorations that you can get, which I just have up in my house, like, all the time. I've got a screeching crow somewhere. I think I've packed it. It's a motion-activated crow. And the twins loved it, and I put it on top of one of the bookcases. So you walk past it, it starts flapping its wings and squeaking. No, it doesn't squeak, it squawks, actually. And so there was an entire day where they just kept running into the library and kicking it off and then running out again. So I actually turned it off in the end because it was a little bit much. But it was still a cool thing anyway. The received wisdom is that this is the time of the year where the veil is thinnest. Now, obviously, for anyone who has eyes to see, and I don't mean that just being, tarot readers and mediums and stuff like that, spirit and the dead, in fact, are communicating with us all the time. And for me, this is kind of like a point in the year where we focus on them. And there are kind of rituals that I do every Halloween. It was actually Halloween that my late husband died, which was very pointed. It was the sort of thing that he would do, So it's kind of, it's got a special meaning for me anyway. And there are rituals that I do every year for both him and for my daughter. But what I would like to do, if everybody is happy to do so, is to just kick off the stream with, wait for this car to go past. A moment, just taking a moment for us to think about and honour those who have passed on, who were important to us. Recently had a bereavement that I've been dealing with. It's actually one of the reasons why the videos are late this month. And I think what I would like us to do, if you are all amenable to that, is to light a candle for those that we want to think about. And I have a couple of poems that I thought would go nicely. Someone's just said I've got another live stream going at the moment. What? Oh, that's confusing. I don't know why that is. There shouldn't be another live stream. I did exactly what my daughter told me. I had to just press the start streaming button on OBS and that was it. Talk to me, people. This is the only live stream that should be going. If I've got two, then I've cocked up somewhere and ignore the other one. Like I said, I don't want to touch anything about this too much because I don't want to break anything. There is so much more chat on here than there is appearing on here. Oh, fuck, I don't know. Someone's written in the chat here, what's going on? Good question. I have no idea. My chat on here is not updating as fast as it is on there. So actually I'm just going to put that to one side because I have no idea. Right. Let's come back to the point. I'm going to ignore the fact that my stream is lagging to fuck here and just assume that you can all see me and like the voice is all happening in real time. What I would like to do is light a candle for those of us, those whom we think about at this time, right? Those who have passed on, and I've got a couple of poems that I would like to read you. They're very, very short, but we just take a moment to honour those people and then let our candles, you know, burn while we talk, right? So this is very discombobulating. My video is about 3 minutes behind what I'm actually doing. So Shavasana, thank you. That's awesome. Everything looks and sounds fine to you. Well, I'm going to trust you all on that. So I'm going to light my candle. Here. Oh my god. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. What? Whew. Okay. Right. So the first is a poem by Robert Southey. And it's called My Days Among the Dead Are Past. My days among the dead are past, around me I behold, where'er those casual eyes are cast, the mighty minds of old. My never-failing friends are they, with whom I converse day by day. With them I take delight in weal, and seek relief in woe. And while I understand and feel how much to them I owe, my cheeks have often been bedewed with tears of thoughtful gratitude. My thoughts are with the dead, with them I live in long past years. Their virtues love, their faults condemn, partake their hopes and fears, and from their lessons seek and find instruction with a humble mind. My hopes are with the dead, anon my place with them will be, and I with them shall travel on, through all futurity, yet leaving here a name I trust, that will not perish in the dust. Which I thought was really rather beautiful. It's come from a book called O Death that I bought from Treadwell's actually last year. And the second is was written by Starhawk, if any of you are familiar. And it's actually a song, but I'm just going to read you the lyrics of the song because I just thought they were really beautiful. Again, it's very, very short. These are the gates of youth and age. These are the gates of now and then. These are the gates of memory and desire. Pass through them, step between the worlds beyond time, outside the boundaries of your human life. Pass through them to dance the spiral of the journey of renewal. Here is all that ever was. None are forgotten. Nothing fades forever. All that has passed comes around again, For here, what is remembered lives. What is remembered lives. And I just thought that was, oh, I've just got goosebumps. Somebody else liked that too, by the feel of it. I'm going to pop this here. Don't know if you can see it. I'm assuming you can see it. Right. Let me pop this chat out, which is something that I can do, apparently. Pop out chat. And then get rid of that. Got it. Okay. Super. So, let me see what this... Everything seems to be running smoothly. I'm going to trust you on that because everything is a complete shit show on this end, and I think I need a new computer, to be honest. They were really beautiful poems, weren't they? I found them, and they really spoke. They really spoke to me, and I've been musing a lot on such things recently. So I wanted to share them with you, and I'm going to let this candle burn. I don't know if you can see it. I'll keep it in view there. So let's see what this is here. Oh, Lily, your mother passed on Halloween 1998. They're probably having a party. Your sister passed 14 months ago. Your candle has been lit for all. I think modern society is very divorced from the idea of death. You know, as humans, ritual is very important, and I think at no more significant time than when we are bereaved, when there is a death. You know, I think these rituals help us, and there's something about the medicalization of of life and death, actually, that pulls us away from that, and that makes me sad, you know, because it makes people afraid. Oh shit, what have I fucking done there? It makes us afraid of what is a very natural and honestly a very beautiful part of human existence, and very, very necessary, you know, light and shadow, life and death, it's all part of the same circle. So let me see. Bliss, I will tell my daughter thank you. I will. I did several times already, and like I said, she bailed me out of the shit earlier when the whole thing just froze up about 2 hours before I started the live stream, because she set it up, and I was like, not going to touch it now till 7:30, and that was at about, I don't know, God, what was that, about 1:30 actually, probably 2 o'clock, something like that, and then it just broke. I've actually just got a message from her here. I wonder if she's asking if everything's running smoothly. Is everything okay? Yes. Enjoy being a pirate. There. Right. She can get on with enjoying herself now. So... Yeah, Brenda, it is a day to think. I mean, honestly, when we have people who pass, the chances are that we think of them far more frequently than just, you know, on one day a year. But it's, for me, a day where we honour those who have passed. And so every year, you know, I have a ritual that I do for my daughter and for my late husband. And I've just started a ritual with a group of people, some of whom are in the chat here, for our friend who has recently passed too. Yeah, so it feels very healthy. Oh, Raquel, thank you very much for the donation. That's really, really kind of you. Thank you. Oh, Taryn, go away. What are you doing? She says, woo, this is a good thing. Right. Love a Scorpio. It is a pirate's life. She sent me a little video earlier on Snapchat of my son's flat, which is all decked up with like giant spiders, and they've also got a life-size cutout of Ed Sheeran, because that was apparently the scariest thing that they could think of, which is absolutely hysterical. Thank you, Julie. That's really, really kind of you. Bless you. And they're all decked up in full pirate gear. I lent my daughter my waspy corset, and I mean, she's tiny anyway, but like we got her waist down to about fucking 10 inches or something like that. But she's got a big pirate shirt on, and thing I didn't really put together actually until she messaged me earlier. She messaged me and she said it was today that Dad died, wasn't it? And I said, yeah, it was. She borrowed a shirt from her brother, and she had it on today, and she was like, to go with the waspy corset, and it's actually their father's shirt. He loved his shirts, and she was like, so I'm at a pirate party and Dad totally thought he was a pirate, and I was like, yes, that's true. Yeah, she's like, and I'm dressed as a pirate and I'm wearing his shirt, and I was like, yes. She was like, I've already told Jake he's not having the shirt back because it looks better on me than it does on him. I said, that's exactly the sort of thing your father would say. Well done. So yeah, that was that was nice. I see here. Yeah, I'm sorry it's taken me so long to come back to alive. Thank you, Shoba. That's really, really kind of you. It's Aries, Shoba. I remember you. I did try and do one at the beginning of September, but like Mercury retrograde absolutely kicked the fucking shit out of me. Like I can't tell you how much I've had the shit kicked out of me, and it has been a year to kick the shit out of me anyway. So the last couple of months, whilst kind of running past really, really fast, have been spent in contemplation and digging and in myself, all that sort of thing. And it was a combination of like I just didn't have the spoons to do it. I also fucking terrified of the technology that my daughter has set up here. Just like, oh, I don't know how to fix this if this goes wrong. Yeah. Oh, let's have a look. Oh, somebody else is a bit rosy. You're being a pirate tonight as well. Dawn, how is the finding a home going? Right, so this is one of the things that has been quite an issue. I do not, as yet, have anywhere to live. My notice ran out on this place on Friday, so I am now, essentially squatting whilst paying the rent, I guess. That's the, it's probably a particular term for what I'm doing now. I'm still looking, obviously. But as yet, I don't have anything. So kind of watch this space. I mean, this is the reason why I have not been doing personal readings. Is because I needed to keep time clear. I didn't know where I was going to be at any given point. I certainly did not think back in April, when I said I wasn't going to be doing any more personal readings this year, that come Halloween I would still be in the same house. That was not the plan at all. But it is what it is, and I'm here obviously for a reason. And like I said, this year's kind of kicked the shit out of me in a lot of ways. There's been a lot of shadow work going on. There's been a lot of looking at oneself. Oh, Jean, thank you. Was that rage quit? That's cool. That's kind of what I did in the last stream, to be honest. It was a rage quit of the stream. I was just like, fuck, it doesn't work. Although apparently it was working. Anyway. Where was I? Completely forgot where I was. Yeah. I've not been able to do anything to change my external world at all. So all of the work has been very, very internal at this point. Oh, Jason, thank you. You're very, very, very kind. Absolute soul brother, without question. So that's it. I mean, there's a couple of possibilities of how. Well, I just found a house last night that's just come up for rent that looks like it could be a thing, but I'm going to get on the carousel of applying, and then we'll just see what happens. The housing market in the UK is an absolute shit show. at the moment, particularly the rental sector. So yeah, and there's another possibility for something else as well. So thoughts and prayers, please. Thoughts and prayers and luck and all that kind of thing. Although everything's just going to happen when it happens, right? That's kind of been the lesson for this year for me. So, I love a Scorpio. Look to move south of where you are. That's interesting, actually, because the house that I came up is that I found yesterday is actually quite considerably south of here, and not somewhere that I really considered moving. But, you know, I actually wanted to go north of here, but that's not happening. Jane, to be honest, Jane says she's noticed a lot of tarot readers and spiritual people have had to move this year. I don't think it's just restricted to them. I think it's anybody well, actually everybody in the UK seems to be moving at the moment. Yeah, so that's why there's such a difficulty with the is Black Mirror. How's Liverpool and Manchester for housing? I hear the property market is really good there. London's an absolute dive for housing prices. Yeah, like nobody can afford to live in London. London is actually kind of empty at the moment because everybody's moving out of London. I actually live basically next to Scotland relative to London anyway. Yeah, I'm sort of at the bottom of Northumberland, so you can get to the Scottish border in about 45-50 minutes from here, and I like the north. I like the north very much. I have no desire to go anywhere too far south. The north-south divide is totally a thing. Like, it totally exists, but there's a generally speaking, en masse, I like northern people more than I like southern people. En masse, obviously, there are some southern people I know who are awesome, but yeah, that's the thing. So, everybody has moved in New York. Mike Operick, yeah. There's been some exoduses from New York and exodus from California as well. It's like everybody's moving to Texas and Florida, apparently. Izzy plays Roblox. My twins play Roblox as well. We're having the same here in Australia, massive rental crisis. We've been told to leave after 12 years, but putting it out to the universe every day. Yeah, like, so I've been here like pretty much 8 years. I was told I was the best tenant that my landlord had ever had. Counts for nothing at the end of the day, though, does it? I mean, we'll see. I haven't been issued with eviction papers yet, so, you know, maybe there might be a bit more relaxed about it than I fear, but I don't know. I have to keep the faith that whatever is meant to be will show up when it's meant to show up. That's been the lesson for this year, so... Rasta Mage, Wales Forest, the best place. Wales is I love Wales. When I was a kid, we used to do you know, the kind of outward bound things that you do when you're in middle school and secondary school. We also used to go to Mile Hall in Llandudno, and I love it up there. But Mark Drayford, oof, no thank you. No thank you. Right, let's have a look. Miss Ranunculus, your mum is a northerner. Northerners are so cool. Like, they're just effortlessly cool. I love them so much, and they have a better understanding of community, I think, than currently exists in the South. The South seem to have forgotten what community is. They kind of play at it, but they never quite hit it. You know, it was one of the things that I noticed when I was in North Yorkshire. I lived in a village. One village that had had a massive influx of people moving out from the city, so they'd all moved up from London and moved into this little village, and it was kind of like a pseudo community because they tried very hard at it, but it was kind of lacking the underlying just connection. You know, it was all kind of done for show, I think. Jemima Puddleduck, you're off to Shetland. That's incredible. Wow, what a move. There's a couple of people that I follow on Twitter who have disappeared off to Scottish Islands. I think that's a very cool thing to do. Vedic Verve, that's exactly what's happened to me. Well, I'm not sure. I think he's humming and ahhing over selling, but he just wants me out, whatever. So, yeah. Yeah, Christine Keita. Is that Keita there? Yeah. 16 years, but estate agents are just wanting more. Well, estate agents and lettings agents make money. They don't make money from long-term tenants. They make money from churning tenants. That's where their input comes from. Hayley, have you tried asking the house if it needs anything from you before you need? No. Interesting. So somebody, an amazing woman actually that I met at the UK Tarot conference, and I'll tell you a little bit about that later on. Said to me, maybe you need to do some sort of, energetic release of the house. Like maybe you are holding on to it too much and it is holding on to you. And I was like, no. Like from 4 months now, this has not really felt like my home because everything's packed. Like, well, I turned the camera to show you, like literally the middle of the room is just full of boxes. And I wondered if maybe that was the issue. Not that I needed to release it, but that I had released it and I just kind of abandoned it. And so, like yesterday, I just got my carpet cleaner out and started scrubbing carpets everywhere. And it's like, maybe I need to give it a little bit of love, actually, is what it needs. Because the landlord's abandoned it. I mean, we've spoken before about what the fuck is under this black curtain here. I'll show you if you haven't seen. But that is a rotting wall that's underneath there. My partner put this up for me so that you didn't all have to look at it when I was doing readings, but like that's quite insignificant compared to the damage that is literally just around the corner where the whole fucking wall is just falling off and it's still leaking now. It was raining inside the fucking house. A couple of weeks ago I posted about it on Instagram. It's just shitty start to October, and in the same day so many things went wrong, and it was raining in 5 different places inside the house, not just like just dripping a little bit of wet. It was raining through light fittings. And I walked onto the landing and there was just water just pissing out the light fitting. I took a picture of it and sent it to my son and he went, I am no electrician, but should that light be on? And I was like, this is how I found it. Just like this. And it was raining through the window downstairs. This was pissing water everywhere. It rained on all my books. 3 boxes of books and a box of tarot cards. Luckily, none of them seem to be too awfully damaged because I caught it quickly enough. But I had my buckets here catching the water around the corner because it was just raining off the curtain. It was insane. Thank you so much, Brittany. That's really, really kind of you. Yeah. Oh, it rained inside the bathroom as well. There was just like through the light fitting. Like the whole house is falling apart. The landlord won't do anything about it. He just wants me out, and then I think he just wants to sell to be shot of the place. I knew you're in the same boat too. Yeah, like I've been in that energy since. Well, interestingly enough, I got confirmation at the end of March that I was being given 6 months notice to move out, but actually it's from October. From 2020 where I started getting a bit antsy about the house and I was just like, I'm going to need to move soon. And yeah, and then it happened, and let's have a look, see what's going on here. Come to the Highlands. Do you know what, actually, like that really, really appeals to me. I have a wolf. Like, I will bring my wolf to the Highlands. I just don't know if it would be the best thing for the children. I don't know. Yeah, Moon Goddess, I hear you on that. I absolutely hear you on that. My children don't spend any time in this room. This is where I work, so it's just me. I bought a heater, butane gas heater. It's really pretty, actually. I'll show you a picture, but I can't move the laptop. It's kind of like, it looks like a stove, but it's not. It's a gas heater. And, yeah, I'm just trying to stop it from getting any worse in here. Like this. Yeah, Shoba, it is definitely time to move on, but I've been feeling that for a year now, and I'm still here, and I found that baffling, completely baffling. So let me just catch up with this. Hi Joni, good to see you. Mentioned a new neighbour in a reading. Yeah, no, the new neighbour isn't because I moved to a new place, it's because new people moved in. So the people that were in the flat next door, who live above what is now a cafe, that's what all the noise was earlier this year for months, when they were, you know, doing work up till like 11 o'clock at night with power tools, driving me absolutely insane. Honestly, I was on the brink of tears almost all the time, so just the noise was insane. They had enough and they just moved out a couple of weekends ago, and new chaps moved in. And yeah, he was screeching karaoke a couple of nights ago. Pine and I just looked at each other and I went, you know what? And like, his living room is here upstairs, like I'm on the first floor here, and I was actually downstairs in my living room down there, and I could hear it really loudly. I could hear the words to all the songs that he was singing. I'll tell you that he doesn't sing very well, but he sings with enthusiasm, which is nice. Thank you all so much for the good vibes and the good wishes for a house. And somebody suggested to me a little while ago that maybe I was blocking myself in that, in the getting of a new house, like there was some sort of sabotage going on there. And I said, I've got so many good vibes and good wishes from all of my subscribers. There's no chance that I am powerful enough, even me, I can't block all of that. Clearly what is going on is something bigger than that, and I just have to sit and be patient and wait and hope. But you know, God helps those who help themselves, so it's not like I'm sitting here and doing nothing. I'm still looking for houses and whatnot, but for whatever reason I've been kept here for now. Thank you, Meredith, for the super chat. That's really, really kind of you. So what we got going on here? I do have paper walls, Rasta Mage. I literally do. I think there's one course of bricks. That's it. Between me and next door, because I can hear them all so clearly in my daughter's room. Luckily she sits with a headset on most of the time, so it doesn't bother her. It's next to their kitchen, and you can just totally eavesdrop on conversations. It feels weird, to be honest. Oh, Sarika, hello. It's not just Scorpio season bringing me all the towers. It's been happening non-stop all year. Like, I don't think it's an over exaggeration to say that for me 2021 has been every bit as disruptive in the tower sense as like 2017, 2018 was for me with my brain injury. It's the same sort of level of stuff. It's been less dramatic. There have been less, you know, obvious dramatic things going on, but in terms of what it's prompted me to sit with, it's been profound. I've changed a lot, I think, this year, because I've just had to look at bits of it. Like, everything that's happened this year has kind of brought up lots and lots of negative stuff, lots of, you know, self-limiting behaviours that I've had to look at, you know, negative self-talk, all of that kind of thing. And it's like, yeah. And, you know, you've all been with me all that step of the way, you know, for sure. Oh, Nina, semi-desert area sounds absolutely divine. Liz Rogers, why are you called Scorched Earth? Right, some of you will have heard me say this before, but I'll, for the benefit of those of you who have not been on it. So I had quite a few subscribers join since the last live. Quite a few, actually. I think I'm sitting at about 36,000 now or something like that. So when I was trying to come up with a name for the channel, procrastinating as I did, because obviously, you know, I started the channel in March, but it took me until July to actually upload any videos. But before I even started the channel, there was lots of procrastination that went on before that too. It's called Scorched Earth for several different reasons. Like, it's a name that works on lots and lots of different levels for me, and I really liked that. So the first, most obvious thing is that I am a Leo Capricorn, right? So that's Scorched Earth as far as I'm concerned, because it's fire, earth. The second thing that struck me about it, the thing that I really, really liked, is that Scorched Earth policy is, it's actually a military term, and it is where, where you've got two lots of people fighting, two nations or whatever it is, right? The Scorched Earth policy is where the retreating army deliberately torch all of their stuff, right? All of their military tech and stuff like that they have to leave behind. Anything that could be useful to the enemy, they torch it as they're retreating so that it cannot be used against you. And the more that I sat and I sat with this as a concept and thought about it, I thought, well, is that not, one of the ways in which we use shadow work, right? Instead of incinerating our own military tech, what we're doing is incinerating our triggers. We're incinerating those things that people often use against us, but actually we use against ourselves more often than not, I thought, well, in terms of what it is that I feel driven to do, what it is I feel, what the message that I have to bring to the world, if I have one, that's where it sits, It's about removing projections, eliminating triggers, and just generally making everybody a bit fucking happier, because you don't need to fight with the world. You don't need to fight with other people. What you need to do is take care of yourself, and I think that often we don't do that enough. So that's why it's called Scorched Earth. Let me just scroll up here a little bit. Oh, thank you, the Hierophant. That's very, very kind. You are very welcome. Have some more of my fire. Oh, fuck's sake. Chat's frozen now. I can't fucking move it. No. It's frozen. I can't see anything now. Fallon Blue 2, newish sub here. Absolutely love your reads. Scorpio ×4. Whoa, with a Virgo moon. Holy crap. That's a challenging set of placements there, but you're very, very welcome. Thank you for being here. I really, really appreciate every single one of you. Oh, Sun Moon. Your life has been a series of towers since 2016. Yeah. That's interesting. You feel like it's completing this month, but you don't want to anticipate anything. I've had the same kind of feeling for me, actually. Like, things are just wrapping up. Things are about to change, And that's cool. I'm ready for that. But I'm glad that I've had the opportunity to work on the things that I have worked on this year. Still a work in progress. It's not finished yet, But nevertheless, I'm better than I was, I think. Oh shit. Just updated again. Holy crap. Haley, search for extraterrestrial. That's cool. That is very, very cool. I like that very much. Is that a program or is that a place or something? I've come across that before, but I love aliens and anything to do with aliens, so like it works on that level too as well. I see. Yeah, Jane says I'm a Taurus rising, Libra lunar moon, Lilith black moon. Oh yeah, nothing ever goes right. I've learned to move on. It's blooming hard and draining, and sometimes you find no answers, just keep going. Yeah, like ultimately at the end of the day it's just about keeping going. It's really funny, I was doing the I think it was a Scorpio reading, was it yesterday, something like that, and I was sat here and some blokes came outside and, from the cafe and started having a really loud conversation on the phone with someone, and I was quite cross, and I kind of glared out of the window, not that he can see me because it was kind of underneath me, and then just in really clear diction, this Geordie voice on the phone, he went, because the meaning of life is about putting yourself back together, innit? And I went, wow, listen to that. When you're open to the message, it'll come in from anywhere. And it just seemed really, really pertinent for the Scorpio reading just then. It was really, really good. Oh, got someone from New Zealand. Hello, Sophie. Nice to see you. Oh, shit. Fucking things jumping around again. Third eye chakra, that is really kind of you to say. Like, third eye chakra said that my reading saved their life. Taurus Sun, Scorpio Moon, Virgo Ascendant. I've had a few people say that to me, and I can't tell you how humbling it is. Like, I love it when people get in touch to give me feedback and just say, like, you know, it's spot on, like, this has really, really helped. Because ultimately that is why I am here. That's the only reason why I'm here. I have no intention. I'm not terribly comfortable with being seen, actually. I don't know how many of you are aware of that. Like, I've spoken about it on live streams before. I'm really not very comfortable with it at all. But I was pushed to start the channel. I said pushed. I think it was my late husband was kind of kicking me. Get that channel done. I didn't want to. And so I was procrastinating about what I was going to call the channel. And then I set it up with its name. And then I procrastinated for near enough 6 months after that, because I just did not want to do it. I did not want to be seen. There was a whole spiritual lesson in that for me, which I still haven't quite reconciled. But I am getting there. I'm getting better with that. Look at this fucking cigarette. I've been sitting with a cigarette for like 50 minutes. I'm going to roll myself a fresh one. But there has to be a point to it. There's a purpose. I'm not just here. Well, I have to say, you know, as a legal disclaimer, all my readings are for entertainment only. You know, it does not constitute legal advice or medical advice or any of those things. But, like, I'm not here for entertainment. I'm not. It's you know, I kind of feel like I was a little bit forced here against my will. but I'm here now, and you know, it has considerably improved my life. The people that I have met during the course of the last 2.5 years have brought such incredible value to my life, every single one of them. And that includes people that I've met for personal readings, you know, as well. There's so many incredible people spread out all over the world that I would never in a million years cross paths with, that suddenly I can. And I can do it from the comfort of my turret, which is awesome. But so much soul family out there. Like, it's a unique privilege to be able to sit here on this platform and just talk. I feel like I waffle quite a lot, but, you know, like, I just talk. And across the world, there are people who see something in me that they recognise, something that they connect to. And so then when I open up, you know, the personal readings, I have a whole shit ton of people book. And I have no idea what I'm going to, you know, who's going to be there when I come and sit down in the turret and we, you know, connect on Zoom. By the end of it, I think all but one person there's been this incredible connection to, and they know it before I do, and I sit down and then I get to see it too, which is cool. The one person that I didn't have a connection with, I think they were slightly confused. I'm not sure that they'd ever watched any of my videos before, to be honest. I don't know how they'd ended up booking a reading with me, but nevertheless, you know, it is a privilege and I don't take it lightly, but it's all about helping. And the second that what I do doesn't help anybody, I'm off, I'm gone. You know, hopefully I will maintain contact with all these incredible people that I've met, but there's got to be meaning in it. There's got to be purpose, you know. Well, I remember. Let's address the first thing that I've got here on my list. So, I've mentioned, I don't know if I mentioned it in the Taurus video. Sorry, I've just seen a comment there that Google has fucking hidden because it wants me to moderate it, but actually I think it can stay hidden. I mentioned that I've been getting some pretty shitty correspondence recently. And I want to, was it Jean? Was it you? Somebody emailed me on Patreon and said, God, I hope you didn't think it was me. And like, no, it absolutely isn't you at all. When I'm talking about kind of shitty correspondence, I mean, it's awful stuff, right? And I've had somebody else who was doing it at the beginning of the year start up again. I'm not going to give them the oxygen of my attention by telling you the stuff that they put in there, but it's fucking psychotic, honestly, and you know, it is what it is. But my daughter is now freelancing for me. She is going to be dealing with my emails from now on, because frankly there is shit that I don't need to look at, there's shit that I don't need to see. And when I'm talking about that, that's the sort of thing that I am talking about, because you know, I can look at it and say, well, that's lunacy and very, very odd, but it because I care, it bothers me, and those kind of emails need not to ever cross my desk. I need not to see those at all. So from this point on, I want to let you all know that when you email me on the Gmail, everything goes through my daughter first, right? And she's a Sagittarius, so good luck if you are bringing the crazy, because like, her boundaries are spot on, and she knows exactly what bothers me and what doesn't, and she's going to make sure that none of that stuff ever hits my desk. So everything else is absolutely fine. Like, please feel free to email me about, you know, anything. But if it is offensive, and you know, it takes actually a lot to offend me, but you know, some of these things have done it. If it is offensive, if it is insulting, if it is downright fucking lunatic, if you are accusing me of collaborating with people that I have never met to make your life a difficult place, I will not see that email, right? I am not colluding with people to torture you. It's not happening. I have not told your parents that you are a paedophile and put you on a sex offenders register. No. None of that stuff is going to come anywhere near me. So be aware that from this point on, in the first instance, emails that come back will come back via her, right? And her name is Taryn, and she's super effective, super efficient, wonderful, and awesome. But if you get an email back from Taryn, that's why, right? Everything else will come from me. If it says Carrie at the bottom, it's come directly from me, right? So that's that. I hope that I've made that clear. I hope that I'm not being all like super sensitive and prissy about this, but frankly, some of this stuff just really takes the fucking piss. Some of this stuff is kind of at a point where I contemplated whether or not to get the police involved in that. And do you know what? Like, I don't even fucking like the police, but it was that much. So, you know, let me have a look and see, because there's been all sorts of chat going on while I've been wittering. Oh, Rose and Paul Torres, thank you so much. That is really, really generous of you. Thank you. I hope that I get a fucking house soon too. And good luck with your trick-or-treaters. I'm sure that'll be awesome. Oh my god, I've missed so much. This has happened every single time. I can't even, you know, like, plug a fucking USB, plug a mouse in, because I've got too many things coming out of the USBs and I've run out of USBs. I need a bigger computer. What's going on here? Oh, we got someone from Hawaii. Hello, Sophia from Hawaii. That's cool. That's very kind of you. Thank you. Look, I'm getting better at taking compliments. It's happening. I'm still kind of like dying inside as well, but like... Oh, Tracy, thank you for sharing that with me. I really appreciate that. Tracy Peter said that Scorpio reading yesterday was no joke. You articulated exactly what's happening to me and what I was trying to tell my friend earlier in the day. Help me to exhale and hang on. Thank you. Like, you are so fucking welcome. You really are. Like I said, I have a deep and abiding love for Scorpios. whilst I only have one actual Scorpio placement, I do have an 8th house stellium, so that Scorpio influence is really, really strong on my chart, and I feel you, you know, Scorpios, I feel you, I get it. And again, so, you know, thank you for bringing that to my attention. I need to feel like I'm helping. If I'm not helping, I'm gone, you know. Oh, right, let's have a look. Anamkara, that's really kind of you. I don't see myself as a beacon. I see myself kind of like, particularly with the live streams, actually, just like a kind of a place where, kind of like a landing place almost, because I love it when people start talking to each other. And I noticed there were a couple of people a bit further up that were talking about how they've been emailing each other and stuff. Like, that's awesome. I love that sort of stuff. Connection is so important. It's so important. And I think with things like this, which was something that was that I was not aware of, right? I knew how I felt after the live readings, and I quite like the live streams. I forgot the word there, but I didn't realise that other people took stuff from it too. I didn't realise that they were as important to other stuff. And one of my clients, one of my patrons, who's actually the person who has recently died, she messaged me last year, and she was like, I think you need to do another live stream, because the emotional support that it gives people is just really incredible. It's like that place where we can all just kind of land and we all support each other, and it, you know. And I was like, I didn't know that was a thing, but yeah, if that's what you want, we'll totally do that. That's not a problem at all. And it was like, and I got stuff out of it, and other people got stuff out, and it was brilliant. But you know, thinking about it this year, it's kind of like, it's almost like ley lines of a sort. It's like it's building up this energetic grid across the planet where we are not alone. Even when we feel we are alone, we are not, you know. And I think that's one of the beauty of collective readings, is when things are really, really difficult. It's not about, you know, whether I accurately pinpoint exactly everything that's going on in your life, but knowing that energetically, it's not you being punished, it's not you being singled out, you know, it's not the universe being vindictive to you specifically, but that there's a whole collective of people who thematically are going through the same thing that you are. I think that it can help you stop feeling quite so alone, you know. And so that's important, and I feel like this stuff is important too, you know, just being able to talk to each other and know that there are so many like-minded people out there who are all just trying to put one foot in front of the other, you know. Because sometimes it's hard, and yeah. Oh, obviously I've got some hellish catching up to do. Bear with me here. ID Kufla. With the landlord like that, you should be happy to leave. Oh, I'm well fucking ready to leave. He will find it hard to sell. It's very, very hard to sell. But that's not my problem, you know, once I'm gone. It's this thing. Christian, your readings are guiding me through a period of turbulence in my life, big time. I am so grateful to hear that. Thank you so much. Oh, you're also fucking awesome. Like, this is brilliant. Alright, let's see. I'm fucking miles behind here. Give me a chance, I'll catch up. Yeah, my daughter is fucking, she'd be small, but she'd be fierce. I tell you that. Like, she is absolutely feisty as fuck. I don't know where she gets it from at all. She's fucking amazing. But yeah, good luck to anybody trying to get past her if she doesn't think that it should, because it's not happening. I learn a lot from her. Like, her sense of boundaries are something that I aspire to. Oh shit, what have I done there? No, come on then. Oh, lots of Sagittarians in here. That's cool. Oh, what is that? 378G, thank you. That is really, really kind of you. Thank you. It's really, really generous. You're so fucking wonderful. It's oh my god, it's updated. No, and it's updated again. Oh my god. Oh, got somebody from South Korea. Hello, Cecile Huang. I hope I've pronounced that right. Sorry, I hate it when people mispronounce my name. I'm not good. You are very, very welcome. Very welcome. Yeah, Sagittarian daughters are gosh, she's a ride sometimes, fucking hell, like yeah, but her boundaries are absolutely spot on. Mary says, any chance of reading another book to us? Yes, of course. It's just finding the time at the moment and finding the spoons, if I'm honest. I really enjoy reading. I'm reading some old Japanese mythology to the twins at the moment. And it's really cool, because these are not stories that I've ever read before, and they're loving them too. The trouble is finding stuff that's out of copyright, that's in the public domain. You know, the Animal Farm was kind of pointed as fuck. Anyway, like I said, it's my ways of sending messages to you all. I think 1984 actually is just out of copyright now, or it will be in January, something like that. I mean, maybe I should read that, but no, I really like old folk tales. I like old mythology and stuff. Like, in fact, the whole house, we're kind of nerds for that sort of thing. We went to Greece a couple of years ago. It was the first foreign holiday that I'd ever booked for me and the children. We went to Crete, and we went to the Palace of Knossos. I was gobsmacked by just how much Greek mythology my kids just knew. It was really impressive. Oh, Liz Rogers, thank you. That is really, really kind of you. Like, blown away by your generosity. You're also fucking wonderful. Kalo Diego, there's lots of mothers and daughters not speaking where you come from. That's really sad. My daughter's one of my best friends. I mean, obviously, like, I'm my mother, but she makes me laugh like nobody else, and she's an absolute fucking clown. Just no question at all. It's just that I say, like, I sent her a meme once, and it said, like, the most funny signs. It was a thing I'd found on Instagram, right? And then right at the top it was Sagittarius women, and then it was Leo women underneath. And I was like, this is clearly wrong. It's the wrong way around. But, you know, we are fucking brilliant. And she was like, we are very funny. And I was like, yeah, you're accidentally hilarious. I'm very on purpose hilarious. She was like, no, she wouldn't have it, but she is accidentally the most hilarious person that I know. Becky Tetty, have you ever thought about writing a book? I actually was approached by an agent at the UK Tarot Conference who asked me if I wanted an agent and did I want to write a book. And I was like, yeah. And she was like, what about? And I was like, well, I'm not going to pitch it to you here because, well, I haven't thought about it yet. I don't actually know what I would write about. That's a problem. I think you have to start with a concept before you start writing it. And I don't have one yet. There are lots of books out there that I wish I'd written. Fiction and non-fiction, frankly. I'm sure at some point I'll think of something, but at the moment, no. Oh, Kalo Diego, that's horrible. A misogynist community. Women beat each other down. Oh, that's shit. That's very shit. Like, now more than ever, we should be sticking together. Oh, fuck. My God. These are all, like, coming in so fast. I keep up with you. Oh, Awoken Wolf, I'm really sorry to hear that's all been happening to you. Awoken Wolf Satorian, who lost their cat 3 weeks ago and is splitting up from a long-term partner. That's a crappy set of things to happen at the same time. It's that whole, it never rains but it pours, right? What are we going on El Haristad. It's nice to hear from an Aquarian. You Aquarians are very, very quiet. I think I've only maybe done personal readings for 3 Aquarians in the last 2.5 years, which is cool. Like, so it's like, we don't need any help, we don't need any guidance, thank you, we can do it ourselves. And I respect that. I respect that very much. My best friend, one of my best friends from my masters, was an Aquarian, and she was absolutely just a fierce intellect. I'm going to put it that way, a fierce intellect, but she was also hysterically funny. I very much enjoyed spending time with her. I have not seen her in years, which is really, really sad. She moved back down to Brighton. But Sophie, if you're watching, get in touch. That would be awesome. Yeah, Sagittarians, man. They've just got such a sense of fun, and they are so funny. And my daughter's really good at taking a joke or being the butt of the joke as well. Like, she carries it very, very well. Yeah. Miss Ranunculus, why is 1984 out of print now? That's insanely strange. It's because it was written in 1948, and I think it's either just come out or it's coming out in January, because it's January every year that new books enter the public domain. But it's somewhat pertinent, right? Oh, hey Heidi, I've just seen your message there. I didn't realise you were here. Yes, kids do seem to soak up mythology like it was always part of a memory, like part of it was always a memory. How interesting is that? Like, my middle daughter, my Pisces daughter, who some of you have met because she helped me out on a live stream. God, was that last year or the year before? God, I think it might have been the year before. Magdalena. She is a walking encyclopedia. And she's been branching out, so it's not just Greek mythology. Now she's been telling me stuff. She's been researching Hawaiian mythology and Japanese. Obviously, she loves Japanese mythology. But there were a couple of other things as well. And then she just gave me so much information. She info dumped on me really, really hard, and it was cool. It was very, very cool. It's just like, look at all this stuff that's in your head. That's awesome. Oh my god, let me go here. Oh, Kimberly, thank you so much. I didn't even see that. Thank you. I really appreciate your generosity again. Like, I'm like, oh my god, you're so fucking kind. Right, I drop down here. Hayley Lena does rock. She is super intuitive and creative. She's awesome. She's we're actually going to do a project together. We're going to create a deck of oracle cards together. So let me tell you about the conference, right, that I went to, because it was really, really cool. It was in October down in London. It was really awesome, right? I turned up not knowing anyone at all, and the organizer, I was like, hello, am I in the right place? And she was like, yes you are, that's cool. I didn't know anyone. I didn't have anywhere to sit. She sort of saw me kind of being like that, and she was like, why don't you come and sit over here with Marion, who is Marion K. Tarot on Instagram, if any of you know her. She's got quite a big following, I think. Deservedly so. She's awesome, and she's Taurus, and she watched my Taurus reading. So, like, the universe plonked me next to a Taurus, who then took me under her bull wing, as it were, for the rest of the weekend, and it was absolutely outstanding. Why was I going to tell you about that? Oh yes, so one of the other awesome people that I met was a Pisces chap. And he, Stephen, I've forgotten his surname, it'll come to me. He's on Instagram as well. He's a Pisces with strong Aquarius placements as well. And honestly, everything that came out of his mouth over the entire weekend, it was like having Lena stood next to me. It was absolutely hysterically funny. It was awesome. But he'd shown me this mock-up deck that he'd made. So he's written books and he's created decks and stuff. And he was like, I just do it at home with a laminator, just do like a, kind of play around with imagery and stuff like that. And I was like, that's such a good idea. Why didn't I even think about that? And I mentioned it to Magdalena. I was like, what do you think? And she was like, that's a cool idea. And I was like, yeah, shall we just like do it together? So we're going to do this. Like, we have a night a week where we kind of just the pair of us hang out and do stuff. So we're going to do that. So that's cool. What we got here? But yeah, the tarot conference was excellent. And it's not just for like tarot readers, though. Obviously there's a lot of tarot readers there. There are deck creators there. There are people who write books there as well. And when I posted about it on Instagram, some people were like, I didn't even realise this was a thing. And I was like, it's totally a thing. I was just down in Kensington for a couple of days. And I was like, you all should come along. If you're interested in tarot, from whatever perspective you are interested in it, the conference, it's the first one that I've ever been to. I've been to pagan conferences and stuff before. I've never been to a tarot conference. The people were incredible, like meeting so many like-minded people who all, drop tarot phrases into their, speech. Because you know what it's like when you get like mad into tarot and then you start using, the names of cards to describe what's going on with you. Like, oh, it's such a tower moment, and you forget that other people don't know what that's like. And it's like, oh, yeah, it's a proper Seven of Swords kind of situation. Everybody does that, and it was cool, and everybody was so friendly and so welcoming. Like, it was awesome. And I think, like, I don't know, Kim would probably shoot me for it, but I think it deserves to be bigger than it is. She's the organizer of it, and it's a pretty stressful endeavor for her, I'm sure. She probably doesn't want it to get much bigger, but it's cool as fuck. They've got an Instagram page, but here's the thing: they're doing they streamed it live this year, which is cool, and you can buy the replays. All of the talks were really, really good, and it was on the subject of the moon, because it's like the 18th year that it's been running, so the whole theme of the thing was the moon, which, as you can imagine, I found absolutely incredible. But there were two standout talks for me. One of them completely changed my fucking life as well, by a druid called Christopher, Welsh druid dude, and his talk was absolutely extraordinary. It really was. It was one of the last pieces in the puzzle of the work that I've been trying to do on myself. He just absolutely nailed it for me, and that was incredible. And there was another woman, there was a South African woman who was an astrologer, and her talk was insanely good as well. But they were all excellent. Janine Worthington, who was the creator of the In Between Tarot, which I've got down here, which I'll wave this at you. There, that one. If you've if you've ever seen that, I made her write in it as well. She was absolutely mortified. She was like, people keep asking me to autograph things. I was like, guess what? You have to do that for me as well. She was like, oh my god, no. I don't know where she's written it now. Anyway, it's a very cool deck, and she did a presentation all about that, which was cool. Got my hands on a copy of the Wandering Moon deck as well, which was a collaboration between Marion K. Tarot and her friend Rachel, who is in Australia, and that's a cool deck. It's the one that I used for the October mid-month, I think, for Taurus. It's really cool. But I came back with like a suitcase full of new decks and new books, and I'm going to have to spend some time sitting with the decks and reading the books. But anyway, yes, they are doing a virtual day in February, I think, where there will be, tarot talks and stuff like that. If any of you are interested, you should go follow the UK Tarot Conference Instagram page, because I think all the details will be on there. It's definitely worth it. And you don't have to be a professional tarot reader, you know, even if you're just interested, because the talks will cover every aspect of it. I fucking learned stuff that I didn't know. I found new ways of looking at the deck, because, you know, you look at the same pictures year in, year out, and it's mad. It's absolutely mad how it changes and morphs in front of you. And sometimes you see things that you never saw before. There's like details that draw you in, but sometimes knowing the history of how these things came about as well can give you an entirely different perspective. Like that happened for me a few years ago with the 7 and 8 of Pentacles, which were two cards that I'd always, you know, I had the meanings for them, but they didn't sit right with me. It didn't make sense. And then I read a post by the Tarot Association where they were talking about the history of the card. Now, in the 7 of Pentacles, sorry, I'm just going to tarot nerd at you here. Right, in the 7 of Pentacles, the original depiction of that card showed the dude, you know, I'm fucking trying to find the card here for you, and it's not happening. Hang on. Is it going to be the very fucking last card, really? It actually almost was, right? So we've got the 7 and 8 in Pentacles, right? And the received wisdom, what it said in my little white book with that, I'm going to put it there so I can see it, was this was waiting, no, hang on. This was waiting for a harvest. And this was putting in the effort for something, right? Or working away at something. And I was like, that's the wrong way around. The harvest comes after you've put in the hard work, right? Well, the harvest is the hard work often, right? So anyway, the coloration of this card has changed over time, because obviously with subsequent reprintings and stuff like that. But originally, this plant was not green. It was actually kind of looking ill and a bit dead, and it was mostly brown. And what appears to be a relatively blank expression on this chap's face was actually, he was actually looking pretty sad. Now, if you've got the Centennial edition, I think, of the Rider-Waite, you can actually see that, because it's got more of the original coloration of, you know, the original printing of the deck. And it was about putting in effort. I said historically this card was supposed to be about, you know, where you have put in effort to something and you are not reaping the rewards. And I was like, that makes so much more sense than the way that I have learned it up until now, because this is a, like, do I stay or do I, you know, do I stay with this or do I cut my losses? You know, it's avoiding the sunk costs fallacy. So, you know, I've put in all of this effort. Do I really, is it actually going to be beneficial for me to continue putting in this effort? And then obviously, you know, then the next card is putting in that effort again. And I was like, that makes so much more sense. Like, it's shit like this that you find out when you know, you go and listen to these talks of people who really, really studied, you know, one particular card, and it was the moon card, you know. The whole conference was about the moon and the moon card, and there were so many different perspectives and so many different ways of looking at it that it, I don't know, it reinvigorated a lot of this for me, you know. And there are 78 cards that you can do that with. That's cool as fuck. Right, I've been prattling on for ages and I've not fucking read a single thing. Let me get this lit and have a look and see what's being said here. Well, hello to all the new people who've come in and said hello. This is cool. Oh shit! Wow. Oh, welcome to the inner circle, Patty Walters and Jan Burke. Thank you so much. That's so generous. You don't know how much I appreciate you all, genuinely. Oh my gosh, what is going on here? Tomas Sorcel, sorry, I hope I pronounced that right. Pamela Coleman-Smith's Rider-Waite Tarot deck enters the public domain in 2022. What are the implications of that? Does that mean that anybody could make their own interpretation of it? Because between that and the Thoth, it seems like all tarot decks are based on one or other of them. I'll have to look that up. I don't know. Mm. Ladies and gentlemen, Goddess Kali Ma has entered the chat. Good Lord. Hello. It's it's a pleasure to have you here. I don't know how one would address Kali Ma, but I hope I've come correct on that one. Oh God. So, do you know what? I'm going to have to run off and have a wee in a minute, you know. Oh, I love this, that you're all having a conversation in there. Becky Tetty says, Oracle cards, that's it. Carrie's version of writing a book. How exciting. Yeah, you've probably got more chance of me producing Oracle cards than writing a book, to be honest, because I just don't have the time. But honestly, I asked Magdalena if she'd be interested in doing some sort of collaboration. Like, 'cause she's the artist, I'm not. But she's an incredible artist. And she was like, maybe. And I was like, well, you keep all the money from it. Like, this would be like your thing, your project. Like, I would just, you know, do the words and stuff like that. Give you something, give you themes to work with and stuff like that. Like, but honestly, she doesn't need my words. Like, she's an incredibly intuitive and emotionally supremely mature person. Like, I'd be quite happy to just leave her to beaver away on the project and write her own book that goes with it, and then I would buy it. I'd be like, what does Magdalena have to say about this? She's an incredible... She's Pisces, by the way. She's taught me so much, I have to say. Oh God, keep more. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry if I'm missing stuff here. This chat is just awful. Jemima Puddle Duck, why do you have to say rabbits, rabbits, rabbits tonight after midnight? And this hair on the windowsill, this one here. I bought this from Boscastle. I had a sudden urge that I needed a moon gazing hair, and I'd gone down to Cornwall. We were camping. There was me, my husband, and the children, and we went into one of those extraordinary little witchy shops that there are in Boscastle, and there was this one, and then there was a bigger one in a different shop, and I kind of flitted between the two shops over the course of like 2 or 3 days. I can't decide which one I want. Actually, I settled on this one because I don't know, just love the ears and everything. Like, beautiful little thing. I love it. Oh, bless you, Brenda Mitchell, giving me a coffee to go with my cigarettes. Actually, do you know what? I've given up coffee. How about that? How insane is that? So I was a little bit ill when I came. Beginning of September, I was actually incredibly ill for about 2 days. You know, that kind of ill where you think that you will never be able to be healthy again because just everything is broken about you. But it only lasted 2 days, and then I drank the pine needle tea, and I was like, holy shit, this is so magic, I have to tell everybody about it, because it literally was magic. But that week, all I drank was pine needle tea and water. And I've not drunk a cup of coffee since. It was almost like my body forgot that coffee was a thing that I did, and I had one yesterday, and do you know what? It didn't agree with me at all. But I went to see my sister a couple of weeks ago over in the Lake District. She moved over there in the summer, and she made me this. I'll show you this. While I was over there to try, and it's chaga mushroom tea with licorice root in it. Absolute revelation. The stuff is just the best thing I have ever tasted, and now this is what I drink. It was hot when I put it in the teapot. It's not hot anymore, but it's quite nice when it's cold as well. So I drink this pine needle tea and water and nothing else, right? And after last night, it absolutely confirmed for me coffee is not something that is my friend anymore. Oh my god, it's so good. I can't tell you how good it is. Right, let me catch it. Oh, I love. There's lots of chat going on with each other here, which is excellent. I love this. I'm trying to want to see if Jemima's, because it's the 1st of the month tomorrow, Carrie. I'm in Cornwall right now. Is that a Cornish thing? Is that rabbits on the 1st of the month? I've never come across that before. That's cool. Why? Why is it like that? Tell me the Cornish ways. Genetically speaking, thank you, that's very, very kind of you. Where did I get that phoenix? This one. I bought it from Crete, that holiday that I was talking about earlier, where I took the kids abroad for the first time ever. Most of you will have heard this story before, but for the benefit of Jeanette, I shall tell it again. So we'd been in Crete for a week, and on the very last day, we had a bit of our spending money left over, and I was like, come on kids, we'll go blow it down at that covered market at the bottom of the hill and get ourselves some souvenirs to take home. So we went down there, and the kids all had a basket each, and they were piling things in, mugs and crazy little plastic souvenir things. And I'd gone around and I couldn't really see anything that I wanted. And this market was huge. I didn't know why there wasn't anything there at all. There's just nothing that really grabbed me that much. And I was like, I'll just let the kids all spend the money, that's fine. And it got to the point where the kids looked like they kind of shopped themselves out. And I was like, right, are we ready to go and pay for this all now? And they were like, yes. And I sort of stopped. And I'd been around this market like 3 times. I stopped and I turned. And over in the corner, suddenly the light of the sun had just started streaming underneath the tarpaulin that was covering this market, and it was hitting this, and this thing was just glowing like the fucking sun. And I went, oh my god, what is that? And I just ran all the way over to it, and I was looking at it, and I was like, this is amazing. Oh my god, it was €25. I fucking want this. And my son came over and he was like, that's cool, that's very you. And I was like, right? I was like, how the fuck am I going to get it home? And just so you can actually take the wings off, like they unclip and they kind of slot in at the back. And he was like, that's cool, like we'll just split it between 2 suitcases. And I was like, okay, that's awesome. And that's what we did. And we got it back to the UK and managed to get it back in 2 pieces like it was supposed to be, and only bent one of the wingtips just a little bit in the suitcase. So it was all very good. And yeah, like there was no doubt in my mind as soon as I saw it, it had to come and be with me at my house. So yes, that's the story of the phoenix. And I wasn't sure where I was going to put it until I got it out of the suitcase at this end and walked into the turret, and I was like, it just needs to go up at the window, really. That's it. God knows what people think when they walk past my turret, I don't know. Great big phoenix in the window. Oh, let's see. I am really going to have to run off and have a wee in a second. Hi Jane, it brings in the new month of the 1st with good luck. Rabbits. That's cool. I'm sorry to hear about your mother. Dementia is such a cruel illness. I used to work in an old people's home when I was like 17, 18, and there were a couple of women with dementia in there, and it was just, it was quite emotionally draining for them. Now, one of them used to say "in the water" at the end of everything that she said, and I came back and I told what became my husband about it, and his friends, and they all thought it was hysterically funny, and I was like, it's not really funny. Like it sounds like it should be funny, but it's not. So she'd be like, I'd like a drink of water in the water, can I use the toilet please in the water? Like after a while you just kind of tuned it out, you didn't really hear it, which is odd. But one of the other women who worked there told me that her sister had died. She drowned when this woman was about 10 or something like that. I think it was her younger sister. And as the dementia had hit, it seemed like this had been the thing. And now it was just there all the time, and she used to just say "in the water" at the end of that. I was utterly heartbreaking. really, really heartbreaking. She was quite lucid most of the time, but it didn't matter what she said. She always put in the water at the end of it. Yeah, the violence. There was another woman at the old people's home who was like, she'd be fine, and then all of a sudden she'd be absolutely convinced you were trying to poison her, and she would defend herself against this attack that wasn't coming. You know, it's very, very difficult. I have to go and have a wee. I'm really sorry. Please don't leave. I'll be like literally 30 seconds, but honestly, it's going to be very undignified otherwise, right? Stay there. Don't go anywhere. Okay, people, I'm back. Oh my god. What are these crazy comments, right? Right, that's gone. Okay. This is good. Do you know why I love it when you all sit and talk to each other? Because it makes this more than just you all kind of coming and sitting and being all like, what is she going to say? Like, it's not like that. Which, as I said, these live streams feel like you're all just in my house. And even though you're not actually speaking and I cannot hear your voices, I can hear your voices and I can feel you here. And, you know, when I finish the live streams, it's almost like I feel like I'm going around the house and kind of picking up all the bottles and, you know, like tidying up after everybody's left. It's it's the most peculiar thing, and it's the closest that I can get to having you all in a room and having a wicked conversation with you all. But I love the fact that you're all talking to each other as well, like this, you know, it's like a proper social gathering. It's awesome. I love it. Oh, right, hang on. Hi Sarah Meacher. Yeah, I usually am a 30-second wee, but I was about 2 litres there. It took me about a good 3 minutes. Fucking hell. That's good. At least I'm staying hydrated and all that sort of shit, yeah. Xavier Michel, you are you're very welcome for the reading on Capricorns. I've had some kind of stroppy comments from Capricorns recently. No, I think it was actually just one who said, "Shut up, stop telling me what to do." And I was just like, fucking not. Like, you chose to watch this video. If you don't like what's in it, that's fine, move on. Please don't think that I'm sitting here and ordering you to do a thing. You know, use your own fucking discernment. If it's not for you, if it doesn't apply to you, move on. Please don't think that I'm sitting here and lecturing you, because it's not my intention at all. You know, people are weird sometimes. Very, very weird. Oh, Bite Me, that's an awesome username. You're in the US, but you want to move back to Spain. I've never been to Spain. I always wanted to go to Madrid, actually. I've heard it's an incredible city to go and visit. Oh, can I tell you about a thing I did? I forgot, I just looked at my list. I remembered it's a thing. So, a couple of months ago, a lovely, lovely woman called Leslie Demai, I think that's how you pronounce her name, approached me on Instagram and asked me if I would be on her podcast. And I was, like, when I got over the absolute, you know, incredulity of anybody wanting to listen to anything that I said, I said okay. And it happened around about the time that I was ill, and because I was ill, I wasn't doing anything on computers, and I was not doing readings or anything like that. I did the podcast and she released it, and then I just never told anybody that it happened. So here's the thing, if you want to listen to me like witter for over an hour about various different things, I've done this podcast with her, and it's actually on Spotify, I think. That's where I heard it anyway. It was on Spotify. Let me see if I can bring it up so I can show you what it was. And oh, she was so awesome. Like, we did the podcast, and then actually when we finished the recording, we sat and talked for about another 40-50 minutes afterwards. Proper soul sister. She was very cool, Sagittarius, and I absolutely adore her. I think you probably all will too. She's cool as fuck. Can you tell I like Sagittarians? I love their energy. What am I looking at here? There we go. So her podcast is called The Spiritual Hangout. Let's see if I can bring up this without playing it. No, turn that down. And she's got lots of other really interesting people. God, that sounded arrogant as fuck. She's got loads of interesting people and me on there. I'm going to show you this. I'll turn this brightness down so you can see it. If you can see that there, that's what it looks like. The Spiritual Hangout. You can get it on Spotify, but I think you can probably get it elsewhere as well. But she's got an Instagram page, and I think pretty sure it's linked there. So if you're interested in that, do feel free. I did absolutely no legwork in the promoting of that, and I really should have done. I feel quite bad about it. So, you know, go and check her out, and check out the rest of her podcast, because it is really, really good. I listened to quite a few. I listened to one or two before I messaged back and said, yeah, all right. But then I listened to the rest of them afterwards, and they are really interesting. Let's have a look. What's going on down here? Oh, gosh. Oh, stop. Stop. I know I'm missing all the things. My phoenix is doing rabbit. My phoenix wings are doing rabbit fingers over my head. That's awesome. That's cool. Yeah, it makes me look like I've got wings on my head. That's cool. Let me scribble the things that I was supposed to say. Scribble these ones. And we've done this one as well. That's cool. It's good. Do you know, like, I would quite like to do a podcast myself, you know. I'm not really... So I just kind of mused on this in the last week or so. Because I know some pretty cool and interesting people. And I was just like, I would really love to just talk to them. But then I was like, God, that would probably be a shitload of work to do it properly. Because I never like to do anything unless I'm doing it properly. And I was like, do I have the time or the spoons for those things? Definitely not at the moment. But there's one person in particular that I kind of want to introduce you all to. So, you know, when I talk about my friend, the Chaos Magician, with one of the groups that, you know, actually, I've got 2 Chaos Magician friends, and I've had one of them come in and do some work and some meditations and stuff with us. It's very cool. It's Julian Vane. But the other one, none of you have met, and I would really love for you to meet, because I've taken loads of his classes, and he's a really, really good friend of mine. That was the other thing I wanted to tell you about. He's actually written a book. Let me show you his book. Right. So some of you may have noticed on occasion that up here I have funny little squiggles and like funny little designs and stuff. They're actually sigils, and the last lot that I had was sigils that he drew for me, because we'd had a conversation and I was just like about life, and I was just like, I can't do anything, I'm fucking rubbish, don't know anything about tarot, you know, that usual kind of thing. And he sort of laughed at me, and he was like, well, you know, what would you like to be? And I was like, I would like to just be good at things, like anything. I would like to feel like I'm good at things. And he was like, and then he sent me a postcard, and it had some sigils on it, and he was like, copy these, put them up. And I was like, okay, that's cool. And you know what? I think they've worked. I do think they've worked. Anyway, he has written this book here. Let's see this. The Sigil Secret. If any of you are interested in chaos magic, this is but one aspect of it, but it's a really, really good intro into doing all of this stuff, right? It's using magic symbols to protect, heal, and create. Now, I've got a lot of books on sigils. Some of them can be quite dense, but what I like about the way that Mark does it, he goes about it in a way that I've not come across with anything else. I've done sigil classes in the past, like I said, I've got a shitload of books on it, but what he really focuses on is doing away with lust of result, and that's where you start sabotaging yourself when the possibility of what it is that you want starts coming into view, right? We all do it all the time with everything. And so I get this bit here, right? So this is one of the things that comes with it. Here you get a worksheet book, right? Protocol of intent, and it's got 6 questions on it. And actually, in one of the readings, I think it was probably a Vimeo reading that I did. It was going back about 6 months ago. I remember saying, right, you all need to think about these 6 questions, right? When it is that you are considering something that you actually want. First off, what do you want? Sounds easy, but when you really think about it, sometimes it's a little bit more complicated than that. What difference does it make to me if I have this? That's a big one, right? How am I going to obtain it? Who is going to help me? When am I going to do it? What is stopping me? Now, I can't tell you how often, particularly this year, that I have sat with those 6 questions there and asked myself repeatedly over and over and over again. And the stuff that comes up, you know, I'm talking a lot in the Leo readings recently about this fixation on outcome. And actually somebody really made me laugh today, because they said that they whimpered, but I like being fixated on things at that exact point in the video. And like, yeah, like, I feel you. I'm a Leo as well. I like to be fixated on things, but I like to be fixated on things and then have them happen. And most of this year has been about that not happening. And so, you know, when I've been talking about a lot of the work that I've been doing on myself, it's just making sure that I understand exactly what it is that I want. Because often we want things and, well, we think we want things. What we want is something entirely different, right? And there are all sorts of different examples in how this comes up, but it is a thing, you know. And then, like, what changes if you have it? Well, sometimes literally nothing changes, in which point, like, why are you so desperate for it? Like, why are you so fixated on it? This is what I'm, you know, asking myself. Because often there are things that you want You don't know why you want them, you just want them. And sometimes maybe that's a result of just fucking being buffeted by advertising. Maybe it's societal expectations, things like that. When you actually sit with it, it's not something that you want. It's not something that you're that interested in, you know. But it's a way of drilling down into what it is that you actually want, so that you can get the fuck out of your own way and let it happen, you know. I found it really, really useful, and I would really love for us to have a conversation to kind of tell you about chaos magic and how it works and how you can use this stuff. He uses the psychological model of magic, which is really, really useful as a way of self-exploration. And so, if you're looking for an introduction to it, this is a really good place to start, because it makes it accessible in a way that sometimes it's not. Because a lot of books like to make it look a bit more, you know, difficult than it is. But for him, what he says, the sigil, the important part of making a sigil is that six question protocol first. And I think that you can apply that to all sorts of things, whether or not you are creating a sigil. It's a really useful tool. So if you want it, I think you can get it from Treadwell's. I think that's the only place you can buy it at the moment. I'm going to need to turn my heater off. I am actually literally sweating here. Just let that a second. Jesus, it's just like a wall of heat coming from there. Oh my god. Oh, there's lots of things going on here. Fuck, oh man, this is... Right, so for the people who are looking at how to get the book, like I said, I think it's Treadwell's in London is the only place that you can get it at the moment. I think, I'm not sure it's on Amazon. But yes, it is The Sigil Secret by Mark Vincent. Really accessible, really good place to see. It comes with that pad there, and it's got like 50 worksheets, all of that same 6 questions, so you can literally sit with it. Like, I can't tell you how many times with one particular thing. He says you need to run this at least 3 times, right? But I do it over and over again with all sorts of things because I'm always kind of digging deeper and deeper into it. It comes with that workbook, but there's also this very cool table of correspondences. So if you're wanting to do sigils and stuff, they're all like correspondences that go with it. So when you're actually doing the ritual of creating the sigil, or, you know, destroying it, because often you burn them in fire and stuff like that once you've charged them, you know, say for example it is something to do with let's pick something off here. Alright, so let's pick the last one down here because I think it's pretty apt for me. We've got chaos and order, transformation, death, birth, sex, power, and depth, right? All of those things come under the rulership of Pluto, right? So you could use a planetary square of Pluto to create the sigil. It corresponds to the colour black, the element water. The day is Tuesday, the sign is Scorpio. You know, there are ways in which you can build all of these things into the ritual that you do for yourself. It's even got nature. It's associated with sage and cypress and lotus. It's got moldavite and obsidian as the crystals that go with it too. You know, it's just a cool piece of kit, really. I think it's very, very cool. Very proud of him. And it was supposed to come out in like 2020, but then obviously with Corona and stuff, oh god, I probably just instantly demonetized my stream with that. With everything that's gone on, it took a little while longer to get it out, but it's here and it's cool and I like it. So oh god, this chat is fucking mad. When to try and catch up with it. It's going to fucking refresh again. There it goes. My God. Jemima, that's a really interesting point. I've just read Jemima's comment there. Sigils are very powerful. For me, I'm not messing with them because this is the upside down. They are very powerful. I agree. I think they're really, really useful. And you know, I like doing magic. I think a lot of people just kind of read about it, and I think you got to do it to really understand the power of what it holds. But we are a little bit in the upside down at the moment. Yeah, that's a really good way of putting it. Oh, Alistair, hello. Nice to see you. I would put a link to it in the chat, but I don't think that I can do that. I remember trying to do that in another live stream and it just wouldn't show up. I think it's because I can't share links. But it's called the Sigil Secret. Okay. Alistair, you'll be using post-hypnotic suggestion and psilocybin in a structured way. Do you know what? It's an excellent example. Excellent idea. I think used in the right way, those things can be extremely helpful for restructuring one's brain in a positive way. Aaron, I smoke as much as you. Well, I don't know, do I? Because I've been sat here for 2 hours and this is my second cigarette. I've been holding it in my hand for a long time. I haven't really been smoking it that much. Oh, God. Oh, my life. Oh, my life. Sorry, this is just updated loads and loads of times. Right. So, Treadwell's books. TreadWellS. Treadwell's books. I think it's not Store Street, that's Atlantis. Oh, fuck. I can't remember the street that it's on in London, but if you Google it, it's one of the 3 main occult bookshops in London, the other 2 being Watkins and Atlantis, but I think Treadwell's is the only one that's got that book in at the moment. There's lots of things going on here and I have absolutely no context for any of them. Oh, Victoria Plum, what an incredible discovery. Victoria said my grandfather was really into magic. After he died, I found he had a suitcase full of magic books. He had never really talked to me about it, wish he had. Have you read those books? I'd be reading them from cover to cover. And it's interesting that you found them after he died. It's almost like he wanted you to find them after he died, you know. It is Store Street. I thought it was Atlantis that was on Store Street. My memory. Thank you, APG Willem. I don't know how to pronounce that. Sorry. I got my London street names mixed up. Right. Somebody assures me it's Store Street. So. Oh, awesome, Joni. Well done. That's cool. Let me know how you get on. And the other thing, so actually, he does classes at Treadwell's as well. Like, Treadwell's do this really incredible online classes. And this is actually how I met Mark in the first place. Like, it was in August, September last year. I took one of his classes, and I have taken 6 or 7 now, I think, since last year. Different ones, variations on a theme. Julian Vane, who's the other chaos magician that I was talking about, he does classes there as well, and they between them, it's not just them. There's about 6 or 7 different people who do classes there, and they cover every aspect of magic that you could possibly want to consider. Some of them come from more of a Wiccan perspective. Others, there's all sorts of things. It's really interesting. It's worth a look anyway. And do you know what? Particularly going into winter, I like to have something to do in the evenings, and I like learning stuff. And because I don't have the time to read, sometimes it's better to structure. I don't know. I find structure's better if I go, right, I have to be in front of the computer at this time and then I will learn a thing, rather than going, well, I've got all of these books, I'm going to read these, although I really need to. Like, I packed up my entire library when I found out I had to move. And so all of my books are sat in boxes, which immediately makes it feel not like home, but then I bought so many books this year. My partner was laughing at me the other day. She was like, you've done a really good job in repopulating the library. And I was like, I know. I've got 2 bookcases here that are starting to fill up with books. I need to make some time to read them. Magic at bookstores, yeah. I can just lose myself in bookstores. I just love them so much. Deviate planning. Oh, so I covered this earlier. Planning moves, moving plans, not going well. My notice ran out on Friday, and I'm still here. There's a couple of possibilities. One is moving south of here, which is not something that I'd anticipated doing. Not that too south, but souther than I am. But I need to ring up about that tomorrow, and that's by no means assured. Like, some of these places can't even get a fucking viewing. Anyway, I'm going to ring up about that one tomorrow, and there is the possibility of another place as well. But again, everything's just kind of like, gotta wait and see. I wish I could give you better news. Dearly, I wish I could give you better news, but I can't at the moment. So at this point, we've just got to hope that the eviction notice papers don't land on my doorstep too swiftly. I'm still paying the rent and everything, so hopefully they'll be kind, but we'll see. Buying books and reading books are 2 entirely different hobbies. You've absolutely nailed that, Heidi. Yeah, you do need lots of time for both, and I find it easier to buy books than I do to find the time to sit and read them, unfortunately. Although, what was I reading? Read something recently and it was awesome. It was so good, I've promptly forgotten what it was. Oh, I don't know. I don't remember. Thank you, Sunny Days. That's very good. She says she likes. Yeah, they like the way I talk. Living a pirate life. I think I probably have some pirate blood in me somewhere, to be honest. I've got blood from everything else. I've probably got that. But I pointed out to my children that they are descended from pirates, on their father's side at least anyway. They were border reivers, the kids' ancestors, and they were basically northern pirates. But I probably got some in there somewhere. This. Come to Tassie. I'm not coming anywhere near Australia. Oh, Tassie. You're in Tasmania, aren't you? My brother-in-law lives in Tasmania. Up in the mountains, actually, interestingly enough. He emigrated out to Australia about, I'm going to say 8 years ago. Something like that, I think. I think he was in Queensland for a bit, but it was too hot for him. So he moved down to Tasmania, and he really likes it there. Loves it in Tasmania. But Australia and everything to do with Australia is a bit of a shit show at the moment. I shall not be going anywhere near there. And I have family through my ex-husband there. My in-laws live out there and stuff. I always wanted to take the kids out so that they could go and visit their granddad in his native environment, but that doesn't look like that's going to happen in the near future, at least. What's going on here? Magdalena's sent me a message here. She's so smart, honestly. Magdalena sent me a text 20 minutes ago and it says, you know, you could upload the audio from your videos to Spotify as a podcast so people could listen to your videos while doing things. I'm like, that's a really good idea. I did have a slightly different idea, though, for the way that those podcasts would go. I think conversations with people who know things, I like that as an idea moving forwards. I don't know, we'll put it, it's on the back burner anyway, because there's literally no chance of me doing anything. I barely know which way is up at the moment. So at some point, though, it might be pretty cool. Gaz T, you've got traveller blood in your family. Yeah, I do too. A gypsy heritage. I love this. There's actually so much conversation going on between you that I want to just sit here and read this conversation that you're having instead. You like the idea of a podcast? I like the idea of a podcast too. I'm going to have to get a lot more fucking organised than I am. You've seen Julian's Vain Thing interviews. Aren't they fabulous? They're really, really cool. Like, he's interviewed all sorts of people. There's Lon Milo DeCat and all sorts of things. And I was struck with imposter syndrome when he asked me if I would do it, because I was just like, you've interviewed Lon Milo DeCat, why do you want to talk to me? I have no business being here. And he laughed at me. He totally laughed at me. But no, his Magical Thing videos are absolutely awesome. They're really, really cool. And he's so busy. Like, so busy. Oh, thank you, Scott. I really appreciate that. It's really generous of you. Like, he's always doing something with people. He really likes group work. And he does it very, very well. I actually travelled down from here to the Museum of Witchcraft in Boscastle to go and do a class with Julian back in 2018, I think. I drove down on the Friday, early hours of Friday morning, did the full day workshop on the Saturday at the Museum of Witchcraft, and then drove back on the Sunday. Oh, that was a long drive. That's 18 hours of driving. I don't know, that's nothing for people in the States, but like here, it's literally going from one end of the country right down to the other end. And I was doing all of the driving, so in one weekend it was a little bit much, I have to say. Yeah, Jason, he's been awesome in the group meditations. Like, he really is, like, inspirational in that regard. And like, if you look on YouTube, there's actually quite a lot of the stuff that he's done. Like, I don't know how much of it is on his channel, but he appears everywhere. There are talks that he's done at the pagan conferences and things like that, not just in the UK but all over the world. And he's a really interesting dude. He's a very engaging speaker too. And he's doing some really, really valuable work on the use of psychedelics in healing. Like, he's a big advocate for those as well. Or just altering states of consciousness altogether. Actually, I did a class with Julian on altering states of consciousness, and we did a whole class on holotropic breathing, which was insane. And I wrote in this like huge email after the class that just said "wow" in the subject line. So I did it in here. I was lying on the floor, and after like 40 minutes of this holotropic breathing thing, it was like, and you can now stop. And I swear to God, I hit the ceiling. Like, I just went, and I was like, wow, what is this? This is incredible. And so I wrote him an email and said, just thank you so much. This is insane. And then I bought a book on it. It was very, very cool. Because there are lots of ways to alter your consciousness, as we know. Coffee will alter your consciousness in some way or another. But there are lots of ways that you can do it through breathing and meditations, trance work, that sort of thing. I think once you start doing that sort of stuff, you do start to see the world a bit differently. So, on Paige, you say you would love to take that class. Like, honestly, go and have a look on the Treadwell's events, because they're done by Zoom. Like, Treadwell's are really good at getting out in front of... actually got out kind of in front of the lockdown, really, and as soon as it looked like because they used to do classes there at the shop, like weekend long classes and courses and stuff, but as soon as the lockdown happened, they moved everything online and did it all virtually, and in doing so kind of opened it up to so many people all over the world. And in every class that I've sat in, and I've done classes with both Julian and Mark, there are people from all over the world in them, and they're cool, and after a while you start to see the same people. Like, you kind of bump into people at new classes and you're like, oh, hello, I remember you from the last one. It's cool. It's very, very cool. Oh, Sonia, that's really kind of you. Thank you. I'm trying to take a compliment. Oh my god. What's going on back here? I was saying that's something about Merlin's castle. I don't know. Merlin's cave. Oh, you're talking about Cornwall. Yes. It's just like underneath Tintagel. I had a very funny experience in Tintagel. Shall I tell you about that experience? I think that I will. So, back in... I want to say it was 2005, September 2005. My parents hired a caravan, a static caravan down in Cornwall for a week, and they asked me if I wanted to go take the kids down with me. It was my two eldest, who were quite little at the time. They were like, I don't know, 5 and 2, something like that. And I was like, aye, why not? Because at that point, that was the first time I ever went to Cornwall, and so I went down, and it was cool. It was a big caravan. It was like an 8-berth caravan or something. But they wanted to go to the Lost Gardens of Heligan one day, and I wanted to go to Tintagel because I'd heard a lot about it and I'd never been. And so I went, and like, one of the things I have to say about Cornwall is it absolutely thrums with magic. Like, it's just everywhere. Buzz Castle is incredible. It's got the Museum of Witchcraft there, and it isn't just a museum of antiquity, like, oh, look at these quaint things that witches used to do in the past. It's very much a living museum, so there is lots of artifacts for sure, but they've got a library that's open to working covens. When I went down to do the workshop, it was in the library, and it was cool because I could go through and go, I've got that book, and I've got that book. And I just went right through their library. And I went to Tintagel, and I started to get a funny feeling as we were walking down the hill towards it, because at this point they had not built that big bridge that they've got now. You had to go right down to the bottom of the hill, and then you had to come across, and then you had to come up this like rickety staircase up the side of a cliff before you get to the top of Tintagel and walk around in there. I started to get a funny feeling. It was kind of odd feeling. I didn't really know how to reconcile the feeling, but then we came across the thing and went up the cliff, which was a little bit scary because my Sagittarius daughter was like 2 at this point, an absolute fucking kamikaze, like no spatial awareness whatsoever, and just like hurtling at 100 miles an hour towards edges of stuff. But when we got up to the top, I started to feel really unwell as I was walking around, and it got worse and worse the closer to the centre of Tintagel that I got. And I developed a limp, and I was like, what the fuck is going on? I felt like I felt grievously injured. And Taryn kept trying to like run off the edge of the cliff, which was what I put it down to initially, was why I was just actually a bit stressed, because my Saggy daughter was just trying to yeet herself off the cliff. But it felt like more than that. It felt like a kind of, I had lots of feelings that I couldn't really reconcile at the same time. The first off being that I'd been there before. I knew I'd been there before, but I'd never been to Cornwall before, so I was confused. And the second was this feeling of almost mortal wounding that I had. I was dragging my leg along, and in the end, Jake, who was like 5 or 6 at this point, he looked at me and he said, "Mummy, do you want to go?" And normally I would have been like, no, we're fine, I'll just hide it out. And I went, "Jake, I really do think I need to go." And he was like, "Let's go, Mummy, let's go, it's fine." And as I got further and further away from the centre of Tintagel, I started to feel better. Like, not great, but better. And then we had to come down the cliff and stuff. And then there's just this big walk back up the hill. And I looked at Jake and I said, "I don't think I can walk up the hill." But they had a Land Rover. It's like a Defender 130 that shuttles people up and down the thing. And he was like, let's get in the Land Rover. And I said, "Yeah, okay, we'll do that." Because I'd gone down with virtually no money, so we're doing everything on a shoestring, and obviously you have to pay to get in the Land Rover. I was like, I think I need to do that. By the time I got to the top of the hill, it was absolutely fine. It was really, really odd. But then it came up in my, I did a past life regression in like 2019, and I had died there. And I talked about it. I'd taken a quite awful injury to the leg, and I was like, well, shit, how about that? That makes a lot of sense. Anyway, there you go. That's a bit of randomness for you. But oh yeah, that's the point. Merlin's Cave is underneath Tintagel, and it's the most extraordinary place. It's really lovely. I've got a postcard somewhere with the photo of it from standing deep in the cave and looking out. It's really, really beautiful. It's got a really interesting acoustic quality to it too. Yeah, Jemima, those steeps are steep and crookedy. Now imagine doing it with a 2-year-old Sag. It was just a fucking nightmare. It was awful. Yeah, Boscastle is probably the place in the country that I would quite happily go and decamp, go and live in Boscastle. It was like coming home. There was no doubt in my mind at all. It was like coming home. You can just feel the magic everywhere. Absolutely everywhere. It just comes out of the earth at you, and it's the only place in the country where I felt that, not just in one spot, because there are spots all over the country where that's like one spot, but like the entire county just thrums with it. I've never been to St Michael's Mount. I would like to go. It's somewhere I would like to go. Yeah, Paige, I'm a bit of an antenna for these things as well. Like I've had some very cool and very weird experiences all over this. So yeah, I never got to St Michael's Mount. You did it with your 6-foot blind son. Oh my god. I'm not sure which one's worse. Preaches Angel. We are all together because you brought us in from all parts of the world together. Yes, that's the point. That's what I love so much about the live streams. You know, it's not me. Like, if there was a way that we could do this without me being here and being the thing that you're all looking at right now, that would be awesome. But yeah, Jemima, if Cornwall wants you, Cornwall gets you, and you can't leave. Yeah, like, I've had to leave and it was awful, but any time I'm anywhere near Cornwall, I always go to Boscastle, just sitting anywhere in Boscastle. I went up to Minster Church. It was interesting actually. I'd been round the Witchcraft Museum, and I got talking to the chap at the front, and he said, if you want to go and see something really, really magic, he said, go up to Minster Church. And he gave me the directions to go up through the woods, like over the stream and up through the woods. He said, I think you'll really love it there. And I was like, oh, cool. So we went through the car park and up the back, and it's like on the other side of Boscastle, and to go over the river. And there are like stepping stones to go over, and it's not even, it's a stream, right? And my husband went over, my ex-husband went over, my kids went over, and I couldn't go over. And I was looking at it, and he was like, are you coming then? And I was like, look at the stream. And he was like, yes, it's a stream, it's got water. I was like, no, look at what's coming off it. And he was like, what are you talking about? And I was like, it was almost like a heat haze. That's the best way I can describe it. It was like shimmering above the water, and it wasn't like I couldn't cross it or I didn't want to cross it. I was just so struck by what I was seeing here, just shimmering like that. And in the end, I was like, got over it, and I, walked over the stream, and then we went up through the woods and up to this incredible church. And there's a grave for a local witch there, which is cool. And it's not like your standard graveyard where it's all just flat. I mean, this thing is on a slope like this, and there's little bridges, and there's some kind of rickety stuff you can kind of go around. Kids loved it, and I loved it as well. It just felt so magical, really, really magical. No, if you've never been to Cornwall, it's definitely worth a look. I hate this. I've got a sultry English voice. Goodness, what do I do with that? That's just because I smoke too much, I think, isn't it? Yeah, Jemima, I'm really glad that I did this tonight as well. Do you know what? I felt really panicky before I started this. I was like, I had a panic nap earlier. My daughter texted me, she was like, and I was like, I don't know, I only woke up like 15 minutes ago from a panic nap. She was like, what's a panic nap? And I was like, I don't know, but I just had one. I was really stressed beforehand. Some of it is because of the technology, because if this goes wrong, then I don't know like how to fix it, but it's holding, which is good. But it was almost a bit more than that. There was a lot of energy around this, and I wasn't quite sure why, but like this time I think we've had a lot more people on the live stream, but there's a lot more chat going on between people in the live stream than there has been in any other before, and there always is lots, and I like this very much. Like I said, if you can imagine these kind of like energetic grid lines going out between people, it's just awesome all over the planet. Like it's a very disruptive time, it's a very destabilizing time. And like I said in the 6-month overviews when I did those, like everything that's going on outside of you is a distraction. It's a total distraction. Don't let it take you away from your own work. Don't let it take you away from connections that are important, right? Because those are the things that will outlive what we are seeing the fall of now. I believe that very, very strongly. Just lots of talk of thank you, Lauren, that's very kind. No, Gala Fiesta, you can't wild camp anywhere in England legally. Let's just say that. So you can't wild camp in Cornwall legally. Only in Scotland. So I may have once or twice wild camped. in England in places, but it's not. You'll get a slap on the wrist if you're caught. So the moral of the story is don't get caught, I guess. Fox the cutest dog in the West. That's cool. You watch all the time. Hello, and I appreciate you too. So that you can come meet me and I can make you smile. You have made me smile. I love foxes. See one out here. I've seen one out here a few times actually over the years, especially in the middle of the night when I used to come back from the shitty bar that I used to work at in the city. I'd get back home at like 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning. And there was a fox sat in the middle of the road, and I was like, "Hello, fox." Now I have to go and collapse because I got 3 hours sleep before I have to get up and take my kids to school. Oh, Brenda, that's cool. Brenda says there's no accidents. Jemima Puddleduck and I showed up here today and we've known each other for 5 years on one of the channels on YouTube and didn't know that we both followed you. That's cool. And bringing everything together, bringing everyone together. That's awesome. And there are no coincidences. You're absolutely correct. Don't believe in them. Oh, you could always camp in England Shire when I was young. Yeah, you know, my late husband, spent most of his youth. Actually, do you know, my ex-husband did quite a lot of that as well. Just camping with their teenage friends. Like, it's so good for kids to do that sort of thing, I think. I'm hoping that wherever I move to, there's sufficient outdoor space that I can start getting the younger ones just setting up camp in the corner of the garden, do you know what I mean? Like, right, fend for yourselves for the evening in your tent. It'd be read. Oh, it's so cool. There's so many of you who know each other from other places. That's awesome. That's really awesome. I should have a look because did say that I had asked the patrons if there were any questions that they had that they wanted me to answer on the live stream. Now, Cheryl Anthony, I've already answered that one. Tricks and treats you away from St. Paul, Minnesota. That's cool. About the house, yeah, I have covered that one. That one's good. Let's see about another one. Oh my god. Magical Goddess. It is. It's PDT. Oh, gosh. Do you know what I did? I was fucking rubbish. I've got to apologise to the patrons because I did say that I was going to put a link on Patreon so that they could find it, and then I didn't because I would have needed to have touched the laptop because I can't access Patreon anywhere other than on my laptop, and because Taryn had set everything up and the whole thing fucking crashed earlier when I moved the laptop a little bit and it just all went down and I was like, I can't do that again. So then I couldn't touch it from that point on, and I had planned to print out all the questions from the patrons, but then I've got 2 Wi-Fi networks running in my house, and the one that my laptop is connected to is not the same one that my printer is connected to, and I would have to have switched it, and I was pretty sure that that was all going to make everything crash as well, so I've done neither of those things. I'm sorry, I've been flaky as fuck. Let me see. Magical Goddess. You ordered the Navi Spruce Springs tea. It came yesterday. Did you place it in water with anything else in the fridge, like honey, mint or lemon? No, just exactly as it was. Now, and here's an interesting thing about the pine needle tea. When I drank it when I was ill, when I got that weird energetic shimmer that I was really excited about, and it made me feel so much better, like instantly better, I'd had it in the cupboard for 2 or 3 months and forgotten about it. So by the time I came and got it out, it was all dried. It had come in a paper bag and it had come on its sticks, but it had all dried and all the needles had fallen off, so I just got a big handful of them and put them in this teapot, actually. This one here with the funny little thing in the middle. I just left it for about I don't know, about 10 minutes, and then drank it. And it tastes different to when you drink it fresh, because I ordered some more, but obviously I didn't leave it in the cupboard for 2 or 3 months this time I drank it fresh. It's got a completely different taste when it's fresh. It still feels really good for you, but it's kind of I think the needles have got more like sap and stuff like that in it. It goes a kind of like rose colour, which was really cool, but it's got a very different taste. But I just drank it as it was. I didn't put anything in it at all. And I like it both ways, but dried is that's the boy, like that's the one. Let's have a look, because there are quite a few things here for this. Also, what's my master's in? I did my master's in international business law. I have a degree in law, an undergraduate degree in law that I got from the University of Teesside, and then I went to Newcastle University to do my master's. Yeah. I don't know why I ended up doing international business law. Oh, I do. It's because I get so invested in whatever I'm doing that I didn't want to do criminal law and I didn't want to do family law, because there are real horrors in both of those. And I know that I can't switch off. I don't do switching off very well. And so whatever I was doing at work, I would bring it home with me. And so I started to focus towards the end of my degree, I started to focus on things that felt a little bit colder, like I couldn't invest in them quite so much. And I'd really loved international law. I'd done it as an elective for my undergraduate degree. Because it's more like a philosophy than black letter law, to be honest, which is what criminal law is. I mean, all criminal law does really is teach you, as a module, it teaches you where to go and look to see what the particular legislation is at any given time. But there's a far more philosophical seat in international law. So I knew I wanted to do an international thing. But business, I don't know why I went for that one. So I did modules in international intellectual property, and actually my thesis was supposed to be on that. And even though I was doing this very cold, hard subject of international business law, I had started looking into biopiracy and then from there kind of went into a critique of the international intellectual property system as it came up against traditional knowledge holders, so indigenous tribes with, cures for things, all kinds of indigenous knowledge, basically, and how it was completely inappropriate for indigenous people to be to get any kind of recompense for it, because they see the world very, very differently. So you can't just give them some money and go, right, we're going to take this traditional knowledge that you have, that you've been essentially, the indigenous people feel like they have been given to protect as guardians of the earth, and go, well, that's okay, now we're going to exploit whatever this is. And there are lots of different ways in which indigenous people protect their knowledge too. Some of them do it by way of sharing it with other people. Right? You share it widely, and then it's not lost. Like, everybody has a little piece of this, and that's all cool. But others guard it very, very closely, and you can't just exchange money for that. So that's the whole thing that my thesis was revolving around. So that's that. What else? Goodness, that's really long. Yeah. Okay, this is a conversation that's going on between my patrons, so I'll let that one go. Let's see what else other people want to ask. EA, Your card selection method is most intriguing. Can you deconstruct to teach how you choose cards? Thank you. So I always used to just spread them out in front of me, and then I would just run my hand over them, and you can feel I don't know, I feel like there's some sort of force field or something that kicks them out, and I would pick the cards by noticing which one was kicking out the most energy, right? So I'd be like, oh, that's the one. When I started the YouTube channel, I was like, not only is that really time consuming as a way of picking cards, but also it opens me up to the possibility of people accusing me of just picking, you know, what I want rather than, you know, it's because because I didn't have any way of getting the camera overhead, which was initially how I'd wanted to do the videos. I didn't know how people had managed to do that. And so I had to resign myself to the fact that I was basically going to be sat here and people were going to be looking at me and I would be holding the cards up. So then I was like, how can I show people that I am not just selecting these cards on the quiet, you know, and then creating this nice, I'm going to choose my words very carefully here, that I was choosing the cards with integrity, right? Or that the cards were choosing me, rather, like they were selecting themselves. It wasn't about me inputting anything onto there. And so I decided to go with the jumpers. Sometimes when you watch, when you see people teaching tarot, they're like, oh, ignore the jumpers. Like, and I've actually seen some readers completely ignore the jumpers. But for me, that's the card that wants to come out, so that's the card that I'm going to use. And it was a way of showing people that the cards were, it wasn't me influencing the cards, right? It wasn't me going, no, that card's shit, I'm not going to take that one, I'm going to take this one instead. It's like the card that jumps is the card that gets used. End of discussion. Yeah, so it's not that it was theatrical exactly, but it meant that it was easier to be viewed by other people, you know. So oh, magical goddess, my life path is 8. How did you know that? Interestingly enough, so I don't know, on one of the last live streams I was like absolutely raving about a numerologist that I'd come across who I'd read one of his books. And I got so excited by the end of it. I was like, I actually got in touch with him and I was just like, you have to teach me the Waite. Like, I need to learn from this man. It's Richard Abbott on Instagram. And he wrote this incredible book about kind of like the secret history of Great Britain from a numerological perspective. And it was an absolutely stunning piece of work. I've got loads of his books now. And actually he has agreed to mentor me, but we've agreed that we're going to do it like when I've moved house, and this was back in May that I was talking to him then, so he might have changed his mind by now, I don't know. Why was I telling you about this? Oh yes, and he gave me a little reading when I did a consultation with him, and he was like, so you know your life path's 8, right? I was like, yeah. And he was like, you're one of the 80th 8s I've ever met, because like literally everything about me adds up to 8. Like my name adds up to 8, maiden name and my married name, like my life path is 8, like everything is 8. And he gave me some advice that was really, really useful that I've actually kind of defaulted back to a few times, just in terms of how this year was going to go and how I should expect it to basically be hard work, and there was going to be a lot of fucking niggly shit that was going to need my attention, but to think of it in terms of building a foundation. Next year, you know, can look at doing things differently, but this year it's about taking care of the small details, and that was actually really, really useful to me. Actually, I've got a book here, let me show you. I'm signed up to his newsletter, and he sends out like it's kind of like a blog post every month or so. Like, he doesn't spam me with shit. And his last 3 or 4 months worth of blog posts have been absolutely astonishing. Like, he's really quite an erudite man anyway, but he's got this book which I haven't finished reading yet, but let me get it off the shelf because it's there. look at this bitch, right? And this is volume 1. I don't think he's written volume 2 yet, but it's volume 1, and it's called Soul Strong. Yeah, I'll put it there, right? It's kind of like a framework or a manifesto for personal spirituality and finding your route back to God as it is for you. And it's like, you can see I haven't got through it, like I've got a bookmark here, but even just that bit that I've read there, like, it's transformative stuff. And he's a Scorpio. I fucking love Scorpios so much, right? If you're looking for something to help you find your personal purpose, like to help you find your route back to your connection to whatever it is that is higher. Like, there was some stuff that I read, like even just in that little bit that was really quite confronting, and I was having reactions to it, and I was like, why am I having such a strong reaction to this? And then I would sit and I would think about it for a little bit, and I'd be like, wow, and it'd be just like revealing a new bit of me to me. And like, I like that. I like the fact that it prompts me to think about things. I think a lot all the time anyway, you know, I do. But new angles to think on things. You know, I am very, very strong on personal responsibility, right? If I have a thing at all, it is about encouraging personal responsibility, regardless of what is going on outside of you. And it seems to me that Richard Abbott is already cutting his swath through the undergrowth and forging a path on personal responsibility as a thing. I cannot recommend his books highly enough. He's a dude. He's an absolute dude. And like I said, that book that I read on the numerology of Great Britain got me so excited. I was hand flappy excited by what I was reading that I immediately got in touch with him and went, do you do mentorship? Would you consider mentoring me? Mate, you know, because I want to learn from someone like you, like, for sure. Maybe next year I might actually get an opportunity to do that. I would like to do that very much because he has something to say, which is actually what he said to me. You have a message and the world needs to hear it. And I was like, and he was like, such an 8. And I was like, oh, I'm sorry. But he really does have a message and the world really does need to hear it. So, like, if you're after new reading material, check it out. Oh, wait, fuck. It's Richard Abbott. I think Abbott is with it's a single T. A-B-B-O-T. He looks like a Cambridge College professor, I think. He's an absolute dude. I love him. Yeah, I'll hold it up again so you can see it. He's written, I don't know, like, I must have about 10 of his books, I think. And he's written a goodly few. I wiped him out of his stocks of some books there. So it's Soul Strong by Richard Abbott. Numerology, tarot, magic, ancient philosophy, and a new (brackets old) spirituality. Yeah. It's very good. Magical Goddess. I love reading your comments, by the way. I'm sorry I don't respond to like most of them, but I read everything that you send, like that you comment on Patreon. Paige, yes, personal reflection and responsibility is incredibly important, and I think it's something that we're not taught how to do. It's something that we come to as adults, but I feel like, I don't know, I've felt a strong sense of personal responsibility to instill that in my children, and I see that in them, which is awesome. But I also walk around, you know, like I said in the intro video to my channel, like, I walk around and I see a lot of people, and some of them know that they're broken and some of them do not. And the ones that do not generally are the ones that cause the most pain to other people. And I think if we all took a moment to step back and personally reflect and be personally responsible, there would be a lot less misery in the world. There would be a lot less projection. There would be a lot less awful stuff. So why would we not do that? You know? Jane, the sigil one was the Sigil Secret there. Oh, my fingers out of the way, by Mark Vincent. There, you can get that one from Treadwell's. I think Richard Abbott's books you have to get directly from him, I think, but if you follow him on Instagram, he's got a link to his shop and you can buy his stuff there. I'm gonna say I bought one of his books, the one about Great Britain, and then I promptly went back and I think I just cleared out his shop of everything that he had. And I've packed half of them, which is really, really sad, but I bought the Soul Strong when it came out. After speaking to him, I was like, is there anything that I should do in preparation, while, I'm waiting for the chaos of my existence to kind of settle down? And he was like, you read Soul Strong. He said that will put you in the right frame of mind for what we do. And I was like, cool, okay. So I've got it there. And now, personal accountability. Now I've shown it to you and shown you that I have not finished reading it yet. I'm going to have to make a point of reading it. And maybe I'm ready to read. Maybe I'm ready to hear what's in it now in a way that I wasn't 6 months ago. I think that might be a thing. I think it could well be a thing. Oh, Miss H, that's awesome. I'm so glad that you've managed to find a way to do that. I really do. And thank you for letting me know that I've helped. That's awesome. Like I said, gets the point of me. Yeah, April, there are so many benefits to it. April says, my personal reflection has helped me so much, and forgiveness helped my nervous settling down. Yeah, it will help with anxiety, it will help with all sorts of things, and you can hold that solid, calm inner place. It doesn't matter what is going on outside of you. And again, this is what I've been drilling into people so hard. The next couple of years, just like the last couple of years, are going to be disruptive. They are going to be chaotic. I think we're going to see an increase in in some unwelcome behaviours, in some unwelcome edicts. But that's okay, because we will make it through to the other side of all of this, calm and ready to create a better world, I think. Magical Goddess, that's really sweet of you. I actually have a couple of psychologists on my books as personal clients who come and see me. They're literally trained psychologists, and both of them have said there is a point at which psychology tops out, and the what is missing is the spiritual aspect of stuff, and that obviously doesn't form part of what they are trained in. Which was incredibly humbling. Oh my god, I didn't know what to do with myself to that. I have no training in psychology at all. I have no real formal training in anything, actually. I've got a couple of degrees that are worth shit all to me, because I'm not I am not intending at any point to go back to the law, but But then my son pointed out to me once that the skill set needed to be a barrister is very similar to that of a tarot reader. And I'd never thought about it like that before until he said it. But as soon as he said it, I saw exactly what he meant, you are looking for that coherent narrative that runs through it, and you do it on the fly. You do it literally with what is in front of you, and yeah, that's cool. So it probably did help in some ways. Oh, GD, I'm so glad to hear that. Like, you can't put a price on feeling like a new person. Like, it's to be literally reborn in your flesh is astounding. Like, and I honestly think it's one of the things that's been going on with me this year. Like, I've said, I've literally said, like, I can't do personal readings this year. And initially I thought it was because of just all the chaos that was going on with the house and stuff like that. Certainly that's what I put it down to. But in reality, there's been a personal rebirth that's been going on, and in order to do that, I have really had to. I haven't been able to be distracted by anything else outside of me. Like, I have had to sit with those really difficult parts of me, particularly so in the last 2 months. With that Mercury retrograde kicked the shit out of me. It really did kick the shit out of me. But then there was a lot of other stuff going on. Like, the patrons will know I did a video on it, and certainly there were the parts of myself that were revealed to me that I did not know were there. They were always there. They were staring me in the face, but I didn't know. Now, whether or not they prompted me to doing that video and knowing that all of that stuff was going on was the thing that prompted me to kind of catch myself when I found myself, following a thought pattern through, or, whatever it is, or whether that was the energy literally working on me at that point. I don't know. It doesn't matter. The result was the same. But if I had been doing lots of personal readings this year, I certainly would not have had those kind of insights into myself. So I'm hoping, I really, really am hoping that November marks the change, the shift away from this energy that I've been in, where everything is, kind of unmoving outside of me. Things start to pick up, but whether it does or whether it doesn't, I hope I've learned everything that I was supposed to this year, and that I bring it forwards then to help other people with it. That's the point, Christian Rosales, Mercury was like Mike Tyson kicking my ass. Honestly, it was non-fucking stop. It was relentless, I have to say. It was absolutely, I don't know. Yeah, it took me a couple of weeks to get over it, even as the energies started to, like, dissipate. I was just left in shock and kind of reeling from it. Karen, it has been intense. It's been really, really intense, and I put in the description box of all of my videos, like, I am not doing personal readings at this time because of my chaotic, personal life. And it's been everything this year. Everything has been chaotic. Now, there have been, rocks for me. My partner's been incredible this year. My children are always an incredible, like, source of joy for me. Every single one of them is an outstanding human being. And part of what I've learned this year is that, no matter what is going on outside of me, the important thing is that those relationships are honoured, those relationships are protected, and those relationships are invested in. Because part of where I fell down a hole at the beginning of this year was I just need to get into the new house, and then everything will be different and everything will change, and I can do all of these things that I'm not doing now, and blah blah blah. Actually, no, just like Richard Abbott said, it's going to be a fucking year of just walking into walls and fucking having to deal with irritating stuff, and so thank you to all those people who have allowed me the space to be able to do that this year. I really, really appreciate it. Like, it doesn't mean that I haven't had plenty of emails from people who have literally scrolled past where it says I'm not doing personal readings and still emailed me and said, I know you're not doing personal readings, but, and it's like, no, this is the point. I'm not doing personal readings, full stop. have not been able to do them this year. And that isn't me being selfish. That's, you know, and I have felt like I was being selfish at points this year, but it really isn't. I wouldn't want to turn up and do a shit job, you know. And personal readings, although they are the most rewarding aspect of what I do, they are the most draining aspect of what I do too. And so showing up without a full battery, it wouldn't do justice to them, you know. So yeah, don't know why I was telling you all about that, but nevertheless, I'm sorry, Margot. Sorry to hear about you broke your ankle and blood clots. That sounds awful. Yeah, Mercury retrograde was just... I don't know anybody who kind of sailed through it without some sort of issue of some description. I think my partner got off pretty lightly, actually, but then I do remember reading somewhere that Sagittarians were going to have an easier time of it than most of the others, I think. And actually, between my Sagittarian partner and my Sagittarian daughter, who coincidentally were born on the same day, how about that? Just like 20 odd years apart. My partner's been incredibly supportive, and my daughter's been blunt as fuck. She's the one who sort of gives me a slap and goes like, "Sort yourself out." Like, right, okay, fine. Yeah, she gave me a good talking to. I needed to hear it. That was good. Yeah, Paige, that's a really good point. You know, Paige says that she's found it to be, she's had to be careful in the way that, in the way I had to find balance in the giving and receiving of personal responsibility, personal relationships with others, in which do not yet have the ability of reflection and responsibility. Yeah, like it can kind of be burdensome sometimes, but then at the same time I feel like it's repeating that message at you over and over again, and so you do take responsibility for it. And I don't know if it gets any easier, but certainly you become more resolved within that, and it becomes then part of your character rather than just something that you are trying to do, rather than a behaviour, you know. I think it's useful. Oh, good. Margot Rose, Mars into Scorpio. Yeah, that's fucking intense as well, isn't it? Right? Meredith, thank you for joining us, and I'm sorry that you have to leave, but go do your thing. Massage therapy homework. Blessings to you too. Magical Goddess, yeah, no, that's exactly when my greatest epiphanies happen. Every single time without fail. Like, it's always when I'm doing something mindless. And usually it's washing up. Or scrubbing a worktop, or peeling potatoes, or something like that. And all of a sudden, like, my jaw starts swinging and I'm like, you know. And everything changes then in the light of that. Subconscious is a cool thing. Yeah, Brenda, I mean, that's the point of this. I said, it's emotional support as much as anything else. Like, we are all going through some stuff, and the energy has been really, really intense in the last 2 years. I don't think anybody's got off with it, you know. I mean, I don't mind sharing with you, there are points at which this year where I wondered if I was falling into depression. I wondered if I was depressed, and I don't think I was. I think it's just been a lot of things going on. And somebody who struggles with attention anyway, like I do as a result of my brain injury, like that thing, my attention is fractured, and if I'm not fully focused on the thing that in front of me, I just lose it straight away, you know. There are people who understand. Like, we're all more or less in the same sort of place, I think. somebody say about November? Third Eye Chakra. I got my t-shirt from Redbubble, I think. This one. Yes. I got my UK Column t-shirt from UK Column. If you don't know what that is and you're in the UK, you might want to go and Google that and perhaps watch some of their videos. They upload them 3 times a week, and they got deplatformed from YouTube this year, I think, after being there for 14 years. Altogether too much truth coming out of there. My Your Government Will Not Save You t-shirt, I think that came from Etsy. Yeah. Haley, if you're born under a retrograde, I'm assuming you mean a Mercury retrograde, then 3 times a year, apparently no, it doesn't work the same way. Like if you're born under a retrograde, then actually it's when everything just suddenly goes right for you, where you struggle at other points in the year. Like you find it easier to communicate and all that sort of thing. Apparently that's what I understand about it anyway. I do recall reading that at some point. Cindy P, you sailed through drunk, trying to be sober now, all that yucky stuff popping out on the forehead. Yeah, I mean, you got to purge it, right? It's got to get it out. V, blessed sound to you too. If I wish to answer, do you have a magic or meditation practice? I have many. I'm kind of eclectic in my approach to everything, absolutely everything. So if I find something that works, I tend to stick with it, but I don't really care what modality or what discipline it comes from, or I go with stuff that resonates for me. So some of you know Ditch Witch Tarot. She's on YouTube. She's a friend of mine, and she recommended a book to me on a live stream a couple of years ago. And I bought it, and then it took me about 6 months to get around to reading it. And actually, it's another book I haven't finished, but I read a significant amount of that. And the first 6 pages really did change my life, because it was something that I needed to read right then. And the sentence was 7 words long that changed my life, and it was proceed as if you are needed. And that was like a light going on in my head, because it'd been something that I was struggling with. And like, I'm sure, if you've been sat here this evening, like there has to be meaning, there has to be a purpose to me doing what I'm doing. I'm not just here for entertainment, although, disclaimer, my readings are for entertainment only. There had to be a point to it, and to proceed as if you are needed was exactly what I needed to read right then. And I mean, that book is written all about the ancient fairy faith. Sorry, I've just remembered something that's really irritated me, and I need to talk to Anna about that at some point, right? Yeah, speaking of fairy, it was nothing to do with anything else, but yeah. That book is incredible, and if you haven't read it and you're interested in a proper scholarly tome about the fairy and what they are and what they do and what part they can play in your life, I can absolutely recommend that to you. It's called Anne Caro Gwyn, spelt exactly as it sounds there. It's an amazing piece of work. And interestingly, very familiar to me. Very, very familiar to me. Even while I was reading it, there was a sense of coming home to that book. I think I took a picture of it, and it's on Instagram. So if you follow me on Instagram, you can find a picture of the front cover of the book. Really, really incredible. But I am not inducted into, any group does anything. So all of this is kind of like a roundabout fucking way of saying that I read a lot. I talk to a lot of people. I go where my interests take me, and I come up with, I can try 3 different things from one particular thing, and one of them will stick with me, and that is something that I will use moving forward. So, meditation is something that I found really, really hard for a long time, until the point where I cracked it. The point at which I realised that you don't actually have to think of nothing or not think of anything. That was a huge breakthrough moment for me. But interestingly, it was doing the classes with Mark that made me realise that trance is something that I drop into exceedingly easy. Like literally in seconds I can do that. And I thought it was meditation, and it's not. They're 2 very different things. And it made all sorts of sense once I realised that. So guided meditations are okay. But I have aphantasia, so I don't see things. Like, I find it really hard. My visual thing isn't really there. When I say I see something, it's almost like my brain tells me what I've seen without me actually being able to see it, which is weird. I understand it's weird. But when I'm doing guided meditations or visualizations, I actually find that I hear stuff more than anything else. So I used to do one before I started doing, before I started recording a particular science video. Like in the first 4 months or so, there was one particular one that I did where you had to imagine, you were in a room and there were 4 pillars of light in the room. I couldn't see the pillars of light, but I heard them, and they made like a zzz kind of noise, and so I knew when they were up that way. And I realised that I was translating all the visual stuff without even noticing. I was translating it into sound so that I knew that then it was working. It's really, really odd when I explain it like that, right? But yes, that's what I do. And for the kind of personal work that I do, like meditation is good for getting you calm. I use meditation to keep me calm, but generally I don't get that much information through when I am meditating. When I say in a video, like I was meditating on your energy, what I actually mean is I dropped into trance and I sat there and see what came up. That's the correct description, but it doesn't flow out of the mouth quite as well. And it's not the difference between the 2 things isn't something that people are that familiar with. Like I wasn't that familiar with it either. So, so I just use meditation as a kind of catch-all thing. In terms of magic, I am a true eclectic witch. I just do whatever I feel like will work, because generally it does. And, you could query whether it is my belief that it will work that is what makes it work, or whether there is some sort of I'm quite good at just sort of knowing what will work for me and what doesn't. Again, does it really matter? The end result is the same. So bits of me are very kitchen witchery. I'm quite happy in my kitchen, and I like brewing up potions and all that sort of stuff. I am a big believer in the healing power of, whatever you choose to take into your body, and I got a big slap about that. As I was saying last night, I had a cup of coffee while I was out with my partner and my daughter. It's not good for me. My body completely rejects it, doesn't like it anymore. It's like, no, I don't like this. But by the same token, when I drank the pine needle tea, my body was like, yes, drink more of this, please. And it's the same with this chaga mushroom and licorice root thing, But then there are other aspects of high ceremonial magic that really interest me. I'm not Wiccan, but I cherry pick bits of Wiccan stuff out that will work for me too, and I quite like those. Chaos magic, I really like aspects of chaos magic. Mark recommended a book called Urban Voodoo to me, which I read in an afternoon because it was that good. Oh, that might have been the book that I was talking about earlier that I read. It was really good. And that again even though I had not really spent any time around people who practiced Santeria or any of the strains of voodoo that exist. It was a really good introduction to them, but there was a familiarity with that there again, and I was like, this is cool. And in urban voodoo, there's a section about divination with shells, a particular kind of shells, cowrie shells, and a board that you can make to use the cowrie shells for divination. And I was like, that's meant. So I bought some cowrie shells, and my partner's going to make the board for me, and I'm going to paint it all up, and I'm going to use that because that feels to me like that will work. There are other things for me that absolutely just don't work in the same way. So I'm sorry, I kind of waffled quite a lot there, but you know what I mean. I might have to go and have another wee in a minute. Oh fucking hell. Chat just updated, I'm sorry. Yeah, Christian, well, like all kinds of voodoo, whatever particular, and I've forgotten all the other names, but like Santeria is the one that leaps immediately to mind. They all have their roots in African tradition, so it wouldn't surprise me at all that divination with shells is something that comes from there too. Rachel Alexander. You've been told by a total stranger that you have abilities, and at that point never told a soul except one. Yeah, but like sometimes it's really, really easy for people to see that about you. And sometimes all you need is just the validation of somebody that you don't know saying that to you, to almost for you to give yourself permission to kind of explore it. You know what I mean? Yeah, Spirit 1974. I think it's a really good point. They've said that we're lucky that we can discuss our practices openly. Having a safe space to talk about them is important. Our ancestors went through hell to get us this far. Yeah, and that's something that I kind of don't think about that often until, something kind of, jolts me about that. I had actually planned to go to Salem around about my 40th birthday because there was a tarot conference there, and I decided as a present to myself I would go to that. I even discussed it with my ex-husband and went, any chance you can have the kids for like 5 days? And he was like, yeah, alright. And I was like, oh my god, I'm going to go to Salem. And then all the shit show happened, and obviously I did not go to Salem, but yes. And whether it is that organised religion has something to answer for that or not, like depending on your view of things, I think it does. I think that the last thing that organised religion wants is for people to take personal responsibility and maintain their own personal connection with God, because it suits them to be able to gatekeep it, and I don't like gatekeepers for anything at all. Nothing. Love a Scorpio, you were once told that you don't have a gift for tarot reading. She totally lied to you. Why would people say that to you? That's really shitty. I'm sorry that happened to you. Yeah, like the tarot conference in Salem looked really, really good, and I was really excited about going. There were a couple of people that I recognised from Instagram. Interabang Tarot was going to be there, and a couple of other people, and I was really keen to go. I thought it was going to be amazing, and I actually would like, the tarot conference was like 2 days, and I tacked on a couple of days either side so I could go and do the touristy bit around there. Jean the Bean, the name of the book, is that the voodoo book that I was just talking about? It's called Urban Voodoo. It's another one that's just on the shelf. Hang on. That's it there. Urban Voodoo. Beginner's Guide to African and Afro-Caribbean Magic. There you go. By Christopher Hyatt and S. Jason Black. It's a really good book. It's a very good book. And what I liked about it the most is that it's not just theoretical. It's like, it's a guide to self-initiation. Like, you do the thing, you know. Do the thing. Because this is the thing that often gets missed with magic. Like, lots of people read about it. Lots of people, you know, are very interested in it. But they never actually try and do anything with it. And like anything, there's only so far you can get with the theoretical. Like, after a while, you actually have to start doing the thing, you know? And it's true of magic, it's true of everything. You know, just get out there and do it. Just do it. Kimberly Wishart, Pisces moon and fully stepped into your abilities this year. Good on you. I do think that there is a big awakening going on. I think there's a lot of people who are starting to acknowledge that side of themselves more. And I would like to think that there is going to be a point in the not too distant future where the more feminine attributes are brought into balance with the masculine ones that have been somewhat overrepresented for quite a long time, which is not me being, you know, a raging feminist and saying, oh, women. I'm saying we all have masculine and feminine qualities, and it is the masculine that is often the only bit that is actually praised. It's the bit that is encouraged in our children. It is the bit that is rewarded at work, you know. I would like to live in a world where those things sit in balance with each other, because the masculine and the feminine have so much to give us when they are held in balance. And where it's out of balance, everything is out of balance. All things. Oh my god, this. CR, does the elite have people under a spell? Yes. I don't know if spell is the right word. Conditioning, I would say, is possibly a better word, but definitely backed up with occult practices. Not a shadow of a doubt in my mind whatsoever, and at every single conceivable level. And over time we have become so conditioned that we repeat these things ourselves. Yeah. That's my honest view. Right? We police ourselves with these things. Exactly, Superfly. Just like Hermes Trismegistus said. As above, so below. As within, so without. Energy, the feminine centre of the earth is being awakened. About fucking time. That's what I say. I think so. Oh, hey, Hamira. Love your home, thank the home. Home was crying. Yeah, that's what I got a sense of. It was just sad that it was just being so abandoned, not just by the person who owned it, but also then by me too. And so I am trying to take care of it as best I can. Obviously I can't fix a lot of the stuff that is wrong, but I can do my bit, and I can give thanks to it for being such an incredible shelter for me and my children for the last 8 years, because it's been a wonderful home in a lot of ways. Marion, everybody in the chat, Marion K. Tarot just arrived. This is the amazing woman who took me under her wing at the tarot conference. She was absolutely outstanding and made me so welcome. And I've made a friend for life now, I hope, also. Fuck's sake. It's totally fucking broken my lighter. Try not to burn my eyebrows off. Yeah. And Marion says things will start to feel better after March, April once Pluto moves. Pluto's been doing a merry dance. Although, Marion, do not forget that Pluto has its Pluto return on the States on February the 22nd, 2022. So, you know, we should all be ready for that and what that brings. Do you know what? I'll say hello to Marion for a second. I'm going to have to go and have a wee again. Like, second wee of the night. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. I promise. I think this one will be quicker than last. I'm back. Are you all still here? I just found a whole new damp patch in my fucking house while I was having a wee as well, because the door was open. Because everybody else is in bed and asleep now. Because the whole like wallpaper is lifting off the wall on the landing, and I was like, really, really. Okay. Oh shit. Let's have a look. What have we got going on here? I do worry about my hair catching on fire, do you know what? Because in a personal reading once with another absolutely outstanding woman that I have not spoken to in a long time now, one of my repeat clients, I kind of leant this way to pick up a card off the floor and the whole side of my head went up. It was hilarious, actually, to like proper put my hair out. And she was mortified. She was absolutely mortified, and I was like, it's okay, I'm fine, don't worry. And she was like, oh my god, are you okay? I was like, really, I'm fine, I'm good. Yeah. Really? I just turned this lighter up when I lit it before, and it's turned back down again. Somebody's playing silly buggers with my lighter in here. Oh god, missed so much stuff here. Marion, people want links to your page. Put it up. Is it not just Marion K Tarot on Instagram? I think it's something like that. She has a YouTube account as well, which I'm going to put you on the spot now, Marion, because you said you were going to start putting more videos up. Yeah. Accountability and all that. Oh shit. Oh my god. Chat's updating again. Oh, Victoria Plum. Oh, God, your mum once caught her hair on fire lighting up a cigarette. It was the 80s and she had lots of hairspray on. You don't need lots of hairspray on to make your hair go up. Honestly, I think I've walked around for like 20 odd years with like these front bits of my hair here. it's being continually shorter than everything else because the wind would blow and I'd end up with all of my hair over the lighter. It's a thing. That's nice of you, Bliss. I like that comment there. She did look after me. She looked after me very, very well. How's your book coming along, Marion? It is encouraging side of me. Marion needs to write a book, and she knows she needs to write a book, but she hasn't started writing her book yet. You got more chance of getting a book out of Marion very, very soon than me, to be fair. So yeah, I'm just going to drop that in there. Let's see. The Welsh Warrior. Hello from windy, wet Wales. Hello to you too. It's been a bit windy and wet here now. It seems like it's calmed down a little bit. Where do I get my wealth of knowledge about tarot? Fascinated with the info that you come up with. Well, I did what everybody does, I think, which is just like grind the shit out of, the meanings. When you start learning, oh my god, I can't memorise what all of these things mean, and then they go, oh, by the way, the meanings shift depending on what card is next to it. And it's absolutely horrific, and you're like, I will never remember any of these things. I've read a lot, is the honest truth. And if you want books, recommendations for books, 78 Degrees of Wisdom by Rachel Pollack is absolutely outstanding. I have a few others, some that are useful, some that are less useful, but I always find a nugget of something that is a different way of looking at the card in everything. I would just like read a lot, and then be prepared to suspend what you have read depending on what you feel is in front of you. I had somebody pull me up in a comment. I'm sure it wasn't malicious at all. Like I didn't get a sense of that. It said like only you could turn all of these positive cards into a negative. Sorry, just an observation. And I was a bit like, that was a positive reading. I thought it was a positive reading. I felt it was, but tarot is not a science. It's not a static thing. And the meanings of the cards, like I said, they fluctuate and they change depending on what's going on around them. But ultimately, the most important part of where they fluctuate and change is how you feel when you look at them. What is it that you're thinking of? What detail are you paying attention to? What are you reminded of in your past? When you look at that card. Be prepared to suspend what it is that books have told you that you know about a card, and go with what you feel instead. So by all means, read. That's how I go about it. Some people don't ever read a tarot book and they go purely off intuition. What is the card saying? There's no way that is more valid than the other, really. Like I said, that post that I read by the Tarot Association really put the 7 and 8 of Pentacles in the right place in my head, because there was something that bothered me about that, and I couldn't put my finger on what it was until I found out exactly what the original depiction had been, and then it made sense. And actually I wanted to get a copy of the Centennial Tarot specifically for that to use, because there are other interesting things in that. For example, and I want to have a copy of the tarot in front of me so that I can actually examine all of the cards and see if there's anything else that I can find. In the Moon card, it's interesting, I didn't hear anybody mention this at the conference. It was something I came across once. In the original coloration of that card, there are at the bottom of the Moon card what appears to be just leaves, right? But the way they were originally depicted, they actually look like magic mushrooms, right? I'm looking at these. Now they've become a little bit, over the years, they've become greener and they've become spikier, but down there, right? And when you consider what the moon means, and all of the different interpretations that you could put upon the moon, like illusions and stuff like that, seeing things that aren't there, being able to see things that are there that you couldn't see before. You know, the use of psychedelics and stuff like that is something that I could absolutely see being connected to the moon and being referenced in the moon card. And so yeah, I want to get a copy of that deck so I can have a look and see if there's anything else that kind of jumps out at me at that. But honestly, none of that stuff is really necessary at all. It's just, it's if you're that way inclined. Like, I don't think you go and do 2 degrees in law if you're not of that kind of mindset that likes sitting with vast amounts of information and digesting it all and rabbit holing big time on stuff. The amount of times I sat down to write an assessment on something and then would find myself off on a tangent about a whole different branch of law that I'd just tripped over while I was researching this one, like that just happens to be what I do when I find something that I'm interested in. I tend to completely immerse myself in everything that I can possibly find to do with that thing. So that's how I learned the tarot as well. Is there a problem with the sound, or is there not a problem with the sound? Wow, I'll do mine when you do yours. Alright, Marion, you're on. Now I feel a duty to write a book so that you write the book that everybody needs to read. Difference is my book will be shit and yours will be actually good. Yeah, I'll say, Jason, that's how I feel I approach it. And I've had a number of people accuse me of negging them hard, and I'm like, I'm not though. The point is, things aren't fluffy and light all the time, and there are a lot of really dark cards in the tarot, but there is not one single card that is all dark or all light, right? So yes, there may be a whole load of positive cards there, but the reason that you're watching a tarot video, I assume in the first place, is because you want this particular reader to give their interpretation of you, right? And I once heard somebody said, if any tarot reader is worth their salt, then you could line up 5 of these tarot readers who are all worth their salt, show them the same cards, and they will give you the same reading. And I could not disagree with that less than I do now, because it's not about regurgitating the white book at people. Frankly, if you were going to do that, you might as well just pull your own cards and look at them and then read the book and decide what it means, right? When you find your reader, and it is a personal thing, we're not a homogenous lump where you can just, pluck one out and it's exactly the same as another. It's not what you're not getting there is the ability of that particular reader to regurgitate a meaning out of a white book. Everything that is in that reader's life that they know, every experience that they've ever had, every conceivable way of expressing themselves is what comes through in that reader's reading. So the kind of reading that you would get from me would be very different to the kind of reading that you would get from Marion, or the kind of reading that you would get from Jason, or the kind of reading that you would get from Anna, who is Ditch Witch Tarot, right? Not because any of us are not as good as the other, or one is better than the other, or anything, nothing to do with that. We've had very different life experiences, and so we bring different things to bear in each of the readings. Now, the overwhelming majority, I said probably unanimously, the people who come to me are people who have watched my videos and they know that I understand a particular thing that has happened in their life because they can see that in me. And if they need help with that at that time, then it will be me that they come to. If what they're experiencing at this time doesn't require that kind of input. It's not going to be me that they come to. It's going to be a different reader. It's going to be somebody else who can deal with that kind of thing. And that's why it's so important to find your reader, the one that works for you, or, you know, a number of ones that work for you. So, yeah, every one of those cards may, on the surface of it, have a very positive meaning. But it doesn't mean that the reading is going to be positive. It doesn't even mean that that's the way that the cards will be interpreted, because, you know, it's not a thing. It's like somebody commented either today or yesterday about the combination of the devil with other things. You know, because most people look at the devil and they go, oh, it's bad. It's toxicity, it's codependence, it's abusive, it's awful. But no, like, the devil has a whole other side to him, which is rarely explored, I think, in most readings. So there are some ways you can see the devil and it'll be a really, really positive card, but sometimes that is missed, you know. Equally, you could have a whole shit load of awful cards turn up, but there's a story of facing adversity in that, and coming out the other end stronger, you know. The whole top end of the sword suit is very challenging, and well, fuck, the whole sword suit is challenging energy. There's not many places in there that you can take a breath, that you get a reprieve. It's hard lessons learned right the way through. And you got a whole clutch of those cards. You know, maybe it is that you've got the 8 and then the 9 and then the 10. Like, that's an outstandingly positive set of cards for me, because it's progression. You're moving through. And the way I read, I tend to look underneath that. You know, we're looking at the broader themes of your life, what's going on here. It's not about getting really, really focused down on this. It's like, well, what's going on underneath here? What's going on over the top of here? You know, what's this? What's that? What's that? Oh, I'm fucking a Leo, aren't I? So that whole feline curiosity thing. Oh, I'm gonna catch up with things. Whoa, fucking hell, so much stuff. Sages really don't take shit at all. Yeah, Magical Goddess, exactly. No card is all bad, and no card is all good either. You know, you can see the Fool as an incredible card of taking a risk, you know, jumping off a cliff, really throwing yourself into some new cycle. Or you can see it as complete idiocy. You can actually take it as somebody acting the fool in this. Like, you are setting yourself up for a fall. Same with the Star, you know. It's wonderful, it's vulnerable, it's you know, it's vulnerability, it's healing, it's all sorts of incredible things. But also it can be just laying yourself bare in the worst possible way, losing defenses, not seeing what is going on in front of you. You know, it's incredible naivety sometimes, right? Now, I don't know what it is, but for some reason in Mercury retrograde it brought out all the people who had an axe to grind and some projection to throw at stuff. Yeah, Melissa Thompson, exactly. Devil and High Priestess, creative vision, but more than creative vision, it's taking your creative vision and it is making it into something that people can appreciate themselves. It's giving it form, so it doesn't just exist in here or in here. It actually exists in a form that other people can appreciate it, whether it's, you know, music or art or whatever it is. You know, the entire material realm is the purview of the devil. And there are many excellent things about the material realm. And we shouldn't lose sight of that, you know. Kamini, I hope that I just answered your question for you there. Gabby, you went a little nuts and cut ties with lots of people during Mercury retrograde. Or maybe you didn't go crazy, you're undecided. Maybe just sit with that one for a little bit and see how it plays out. I think often we get to a point where we've just kind of had enough and we tend to like cut a lot of things out at once, and then we second guess it and go, oh, did I just lose my mind a little bit there, or did I find it finally? And I think sometimes you find it. Magical Goddess, that is one of the most touching things that I've ever read. Do you know what? That's the thing. That's the thing that humbles me more than anything else in the personal readings that I do, is that people are willing to share every raw truth about themselves with me. They don't hold things back. And to have that level of trust from people, because they do tell me things that they have not told other people, and it's not a one-way thing. You know, I share a lot. You know, I've been told off for sharing too much, not by anybody I know, by subscribers. Like, you know, why do you think we're interested in your life or your experiences? You know, just read the fucking cards. And it's like, I'm not a fucking robot. If you don't like it, go and find another fucking video to watch. You know. Yeah, Joni, that's another good point as well. Like, the devil is the card of Capricorn. And we were saying that all Capricorns are evil. Like, I'm a Capricorn ascendant. My ex-husband is a Capricorn too. You know, I think there is tremendous wisdom in the devil card as well. There's tremendous wisdom in all of the major arcana. If you if you have eyes to see it, if you have, you know, the ability to go looking for it, and to just arbitrarily divide the cards into good and bad, or, you know, good and evil, you know, it's kind of missing the point, I think, personally. Paige, that sounds awesome. It really does. Like, I really wish that I could, you know, have some way where I could actually, you know, get you all in a room and talk to you. Maybe it'll happen one day. One day. Oh, Tracy as well. Yeah, no sign is evil. Like, how many times do we hear, you know, kind of tired tropes about signs? That thing, that lazy thinking, lazy characterizations of signs really piss me off a lot. Scorpio gets stung with that a lot. Gemini gets stung with that a lot. Even Leo, right? Like, every single sign has negative qualities sometimes. You know, they have their shadow aspects. And if we pretend that they don't exist, which is what happens most of the time, or, you know, we're constantly judging people about them rather than looking beyond it, seeing where it's coming from, then it becomes a lazy lazy characterization. Like Pisces, it fucks me off harder than you could possibly believe. And I see it a lot. Like, I don't like shit-talking readers, but some readers really have a thing about Pisces being wishy-washy and almost kind of pointless. Like, you can't make your mind up about anything, you just kind of drift around. And I'm like, wow, fuck you. Like, you don't know anything about Pisces if you think that that's the case. Like, it's the one sign that actually intimidates me more than any other, because I lack the emotional vocabulary often to be able to articulate exactly what I feel when I connect with Piscean energy. It's just wait for the bus to go by. It's really, really powerful. Very powerful. It's the same reason I get fucked off when, you know, I hear Scorpios just, you know, use and abuse everyone, and it's like, no, that's not what they do. Look past that, look beyond that, look at what's underneath that, you know. But then Scorpio in my 10th house, I found that out the other day, and I googled it to see what it meant, and it was more like dark detective stuff. And I was like, oh, I'm literally the dark detective. Yeah, exactly, Melissa. The Pisceans being self-deluded drunks. Like, behave. Absolutely behave. Oh, Barbara, thank you. That's really kind of you to say. Like, I really, Pisces is, it's not hard work, but it really pushes me. It's really challenging to come up with the right words. You know, Pisces is the last sign of the zodiac. You know, all of the energy of the zodiac has gone through and it culminates in Pisces. That's not wishy-washy. That's not weak. That's profound. Tracy, you are so welcome. I love, I absolutely love Scorpios. I really do. Like, I've learned a lot from Scorpios, but like, there are a lot of very damaged Scorpios around, and I am so heartened to see them really, really engaging with their own work, with their own healing. Like, wow. Wow. Like I said, yeah, my daughter's a Pisces. She's taught me an awful lot. I feel sorry for her. She got bored into a house of just like fire signs. Must have been like quite culture shock for her soul, I think. Leo mother, Sagittarius sister, Leo brother. Oh, you're all so kind. Like I said, I really, really do appreciate you letting me know that it helps. I really do. Oh, Tracy, I often get mistaken for a Scorpio. Like I said, like my Uranus is in Scorpio, but that, I think that 8th house stellium, which has got Pluto and Saturn in it, incidentally, which is not a cool place apparently to have either of those, goes a long way to that, I think. Wow, 5 planets in the 12th house of Pisces. That's mind-blowing. Victoria Plum. Do Taurians and Pisceans clash? I can't think of any reason. Well, no, it's not that I can't think of any reason. They're not two signs that stand out to me as obvious foes. Like, say, for example, Virgo and Sagittarius. The number of Sagittarians who were having issues with Virgos and the number of Virgos who were having issues with Sagittarius last year was absolutely outstanding. And the two signs that to me don't seem like they would go together very well. Like, there's a lot of tension there and they would kind of rub each other up the wrong way. I can see Taurians finding the lack of grounding, relatively speaking, difficult to deal with, I would think. And perhaps the Pisceans find the Taurians' interest in material things possibly a little bit jarring, a little bit odd. I don't know. But I wouldn't say they necessarily rub each other up the wrong way. Or that they were, kind of made to clash with each other. I don't know. So for example, like my mother's Taurus, and I'm a Leo. We've got two very fixed, very stubborn signs, like that. When it's not handled well, can be very, very difficult. I'm gonna catch up with this. Chronic Fish. I don't know why people think Pisces are wishy-washy. It is annoying, and I'm not surprised it hurts a little bit. But honestly, I don't know if you've ever read the book The Four Agreements, but like one of the things in there is just like not to take anything personally. And that has been a really helpful thing. I didn't quite get it when I first read it. It was like, how can you not take things personally? But it's like when you realise the degree to which people project all the time. Every time anybody says something like that, like what they're really doing is showing you something about themselves, nothing about you, really. And if I could possibly offer anybody any advice, it's really just don't take anything personally. And particularly not at the moment. Like, and I've been struggling to take my own advice recently. So between those shitty emails that I've been getting, they are truly bothersome emails. And the way that I seem to have had 2 years worth of people just taking issue with me all appear in the same like 2-week period, and I was just like, oh my god, am I fucking up? But then I was like, kind of draw back from this a little bit. This is, it's like for every 100 comments that are positive, there is one negative one. Stop paying attention to the negative one. It's really not important. If the broad thrust is that you are helping people, then all's good, everything's fine. Jack Gambino, thank you. Like, I don't have an ego, really. So in addition to my 8th house stellium, I also have a 7th house stellium. My 7th house stellium is actually bigger than my 8th house stellium. Like 5 planets in the 7th house. Like, I want to help. I want to be of service. Like, I don't have any planets in the first 5 houses. It's no ego. The ego's been thoroughly battered out of me by my life experiences, and it's not entirely true, right? Everybody has to have a bit of an ego, because they do, your ego is the thing that actually keeps you alive, I think. It gives you the will to survive. But I'm constantly checking it, because people have told me that I've got a big ego. And so, like, I'm always just making sure that I'm not coming at things from that place. I'm catching myself a lot with it, So I'm obviously doing something right at that point. Oh, God. A Virgo stellium in the 12th house of Pisces. Gabby, holy shit. Oh my god. Let's see. Here. Sorry, Marion, I've just seen you said something and I'm trying to catch it where it is. I'm going through a Uranus opposition. Do some research on that. It might help make sense of things. Oh, is this because of that? This huge transit going on in Taurus and Uranus, and so the opposition is because mine's in Scorpio and it's its opposite sign. Is that correct? I'm not an astrologer. Marion is. I'm not. I will research it though. Good evening, Stephen Bezic. Just in from a first rehearsal with a big band, loved it, still can't sight read. Well, perhaps this is something that you are going to learn during your experience. I'm glad that you had a good evening and you've enjoyed that. It's a good thing. We should all be doing more of the things that we love. Yet another thing that I've worked out for myself this year that I forgot. Lacey, do you know how Cancer and Chiron can help themselves while having Sagittarius Sun, Pisces rising and Scorpio Moon? Because it's driving me mental. Oh, goodness. I'd have to go away and look some stuff up about that, to be honest. I mean, I could give you some first thoughts on it. I don't know how useful that they would be, though. It would be something that I'd have to go away and look at. I mean, it's interesting that... Sorry, I'm trying to rally my thoughts here. The Cancer readings this year have been really interesting. There's been a whole-scale transformation going on of Cancer and the Cancer experience, which I have been very pleased to see, because my Venus is in Cancer, and it's like, it's the one bit of my chart that makes me kind of want to hiss. Well, that and my Saturn and Virgo, to be honest. But it is the one that I've learned the most through, even if it has been slightly painful experiences. I remember to start watching Cancer videos. Honestly, I mean, that's probably the best advice that I'm going to give right now. But just, if you know that there is something being highlighted here for you, and Chiron is the wounded healer, you know, it is about bringing up those things that need to be healed. Maybe you just need to start listening to what is going on in the Cancer experience right now, and finding a way that you can connect to that. Because I imagine the Sagittarius Sun will get in the way of a lot of that sometimes. But then you've got Pisces rising, so there would be a drift towards it. I don't know. Perhaps if there's an astrologer in the house, they could answer that question better than I could, I think. Hi, Von Moore. You're time travelling in your own house. Yvonne says, I've just run around the house changing all my clocks only to realise I've been living an hour in the future all day. Honestly thought the clocks went back tonight. No, they always go back on the Saturday night. Although it kind of snuck up on me, actually, to be fair. And when I woke up this morning, I was like, I did the same thing that I do every single year since I had a smartphone, which is, does this update automatically by itself? Or is this showing the right time and now I have to change it to the right? Oh, I don't know. And I ended up actually Googling what time is it right now, which is really embarrassing, just to check that my phone had auto-done it, and it had auto-done it. So it's fine. I've got 2 analog clocks in my house, but the batteries ran out, like, I don't know, earlier this year, and I just haven't bothered getting around to changing the batteries. And the funny thing is that even when those clocks have got batteries in, they're always wrong. Well, they're wrong for like months of the year, because I don't change them when the clocks go back and forward. I just leave them where they are, and I just go, oh, that clock's an hour slow because it's now like, I don't know, June, and they went forwards like months ago. Oh. Gabby, no, I'm not a Scorpio rising or a Scorpio moon. I'm a Leo moon and a Capricorn rising. The only Scorpio, proper Scorpio placement I've got is Uranus. Persephone, like, yeah, Capricorn's another sign that gets a kind of bad rap sometimes, I think. I do, but then I've been taken to task by Capricorn as well, by generalising too much by them. Have you noticed I've been taken to task quite a lot this year? I mean, not taking it personally. It's fine. Well, the only thing that annoyed me about that was that I wrote a very long and considered response to that comment, like this long, explaining exactly what I was talking about, and how, you know, when I mentioned a 5-year plan, I didn't literally mean that all Capricorns had a 5-year plan. It was like a verbal shorthand for a particular way that you approach life. I wrote this very long thing, you know, and then asked a couple of questions and never bothered replying, and I was just like, well, that's half an hour of my life I'm not going to get back. Oh, Taurus and Sag are not smoothest of dance partners, Paige. No, absolutely not. Oh, Nina. Had your first fight in 21 years of friendship between you and your Virgo friend. New boundaries from you. Assimilation difficulties, yeah. Well, you know, this is one thing that I do say every now and again, is that, you know,
Am I going to say that? I'm going to say that, right? The only people who generally have an issue with you asserting boundaries are the ones that benefited from you having none. So maybe sit with that and see what that means. Coyote 222. You're completely stuck in life and socially isolated. Like, why are you socially isolated? Like, is that deliberate, or is that because of circumstance, or what? So my sister is a Virgo, and she's socially isolated, but because she chooses to be. She likes to be socially isolated, and in fact she hates it when there's too many people around. She spends all her life around cows at the moment. Calves, actually. Because she's found a farmer, and she's now looking after his cows for him, which is just such a her thing to do. That's, properly choosing to isolate herself. And there are lots of people around who are, lonely, because 2020 and 2021 have seen lots of people peel away from each other. It's almost like there's been tribal battle lines drawn. And it's all purposeful. The division that we're seeing in the society at the moment is being very deliberately sown. And I think we all need to not allow that to happen, really. So I'm reading lots of people falling out with each other over stuff, and yeah, it's hard. It's very hard. What advice would I give you? It depends on your circumstances and the way in which the isolation is presenting, I guess. But as for being stuck in life, I don't know if I'm the best person for that advice at the moment, because I've been kind of stuck. Except that what I have learned this year, and what being stuck has shown me, was that there was more work to be done in being present here and now. I'm nowhere near as bad as I used to be. If I have a singular regret in life, it is this, that at points in my past I have wished time away. It'll just be better when I get there. In my head, I was living in the future when I reached this point, and there'd be many examples that I can think of. When I reach this point, everything will just be better. It'll be great. It'll be fine. And I fell into that trap this year with the house. Like, when I move, everything will be okay. And I'll do this, and I'll do that, and I'll do the other. But I'm not going to do them now, because I need to focus on, getting a house. I need to worry about the house and all that sort of stuff. No, the only thing that you have is right now. So what could you do in the right now differently, so that you're really engaging with life? Oh, wow, I knew that was gonna jump down. Alright, hang on, I need to put my heater back on, because it's getting pretty fucking chilly in here. Stay there. I can literally just go in there. Reassuring whoop, gas there. Awesome. There's so much chat here that I've missed. I'm so sorry if you asked a question and I haven't answered it. I'm gonna roll back up again. Lati Salsarica, you're a Leo sun. You felt this has been one of your hardest years and heard the year to come is going to be worse. It better fucking not be. I shall take great issue with the universe. I won't. I'll fucking deal with it and whatnot. But this has been a really hard year. It's been a really hard year. And interestingly, I felt like 2020 was pretty good to me. Like, obviously, there was a lot of stuff going on and not all of it was pleasant at all. But I walked through that relatively unscathed. And I came into 2021 thinking that this was going to be a year where I could build on 2020 and bigger and better and brighter, and actually it's been a year of deconstruction, which has been really, really difficult, as these things always are, but I could really do without it being more like that, to be honest. If I'm really honest, I would really like for it not to be like that. Melissa, being that sense of being wedged in the mud has been absolutely awful. It's been really, really difficult to bear. I've hated it. I really have hated every second of it. Pull the window to a bit. It's fucking freezing now. It's got really cold. Thank you, Larissa. I appreciate you saying so. I'm trying to catch up with the chat. No, fuck it. It's just jumping again. April, I do have a question. What if you have a negative energy entity is attached to you? Do you advise on how to remove? So this happened to me in 2019, interestingly enough. If you go back to the videos around about October, November 2019, I look fucking unwell. And there was a whole thing where I accidentally found out that was probably what it was. I couldn't explain what was happening to me, but I was I looked very drawn and very fucking pale, and I wasn't really ill or anything. I just felt like somebody had stuck a straw in me and was literally slurping everything that I had out of me. And then through a chance conversation that I had with a friend of mine who was a Reiki healer, I came across this whole idea of negative entities, kind of, and she described all the symptoms and stuff, and I was like, holy shit, that's exactly what I've got. And so I contacted another friend of mine who was a Reiki healer, but she's actually the only one that I will use, because she's, I don't know, Reiki was one of those things that I've come across in my life, and I was like, yeah, there's definitely something in this. There's definitely something, but it never really, I don't know. There was never a measurable, tangible improvement. I could just feel that there was something there. And then this friend of mine who I'd met, she was studying to do her Reiki certifications, and she was like, I need some bodies to practice on. And I was like, oh yeah, that's cool. So she did a massively discounted rate, and oh my god, she completely changed my view of Reiki and what it was and what it did. And so I started going to her pretty regularly, actually, and she said, oh, Carrie, I love it when you come and see me, because I never know what's going to happen. It's always something mad and unusual. And all sorts of bizarre situations that we had during her sessions. But I contacted her and I said, I need some help. It's a bit of an emergency. It was the week before Christmas 2019, and I went to see her and I explained, and she was like, yeah, that does sound exactly like what that is. And so I had a session for an hour, and whatever was attached to me at one point grabbed my ankle, and it hurt so much that I actually squeaked out loud, which is not like me at all. I've got a fairly decent tolerance for pain. And when she was finished, she put her hands on my shoulders and she was like, right, we're done. stay there, don't move. And I was like, okay. And she started spraying stuff around, like spritzing the air everywhere. And then she went and sat in the corner and prayed. And I kind of sat there for a bit, and then I sat up and I went, what happened? And she was like, I've just spent the last hour fighting with what I can only describe as a goblin. She said at one point, she said, I pretty much got it off you and it snatched at, and I went, oh, my ankle. And she was like, yes. She said, I got it off, but it's still here. It's kind of scuttling around a little bit. So you need to be really careful in, the next however long. Just be aware. She said, when you shine brightly, she said, you're going to attract all sorts to you. So your own spiritual protection is really, really important now. You need to not abandon it. Take it seriously. And I was like, oh, okay. So my advice is, yes, these things exist. Yes, these things can attach themselves to you. And yes, it is possible to remove them. For me, it happened through Reiki. I don't know if there are other ways of doing it. But that was the one that worked for me, and fingers crossed I haven't had an issue with it since. So yeah, it's something that I imagine Reiki people are aware of. I think, did I just see someone? Yeah, there's a lot of people validating what I said there about Reiki being the way forwards. I was just trying to catch up with this, I think. Oh fuck. This is so difficult to keep up with. I'm so sorry. I know it's just fucking dull when I'm just sat here reading things, but I'm trying to catch up. Yeah, lots of seconding for the Reiki people. Oh, inch by inch, thank you. That's really generous of you. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Oh, Mary B, I never considered that. Mary B says, do you think what grabbed your ankle was part of the trauma of your past life when you broke your leg? So here's another really interesting thing. It was one of the other odd things about that. Like, so you all know I'm like kickboxer, right? And I'm a kickboxing instructor, although I've done none of that, literally none instructing this year. So I've got pretty strong legs and I kick pretty hard, right? We just take that as read. Every single time that I have gone to her for Reiki, she can go right the way around my entire body. As soon as she gets to my right knee, well, just above my right knee, I have the feeling like I'm about to kick her. Now, she's a diminutive woman. She's like 5 foot, so she's like considerably smaller than me. And I have no particular wish to kick anybody who is not, consenting to be kicked in a sporting environment. And I can't explain what it is. And the funny thing is, the first time it happened, like, I was so alarmed by this, I ended up having to I pushed my thumbnail into my leg really, really hard to stop myself from to try and ground myself, because it was like that right the way down until she got down to my ankle, and then it went away. And she said afterwards, like, Carrie, there was a point there where I was absolutely convinced you were going to kick me, and I was like, there was a point where I was absolutely convinced I was going to kick you too, and I have no idea why that is. And it happens every single time I go and see her. And I always forget that it's a thing, and then she gets down to just the top bit of here, and I end up having to sort of pinch myself really, really hard so that I don't do that. I have no idea what that's about, but I never connected the two things, and maybe that might be, except that the limp was actually in the other leg when I was at Tintagel, so maybe it's not connected, but there is something there that I can't really explain. Very, very odd indeed. Yeah. Oh shit. Honestly, the way this thing fucking updates is absolutely absurd. Is the negative energy like a spiritual spouse? I read on that the constant unfortunate events without any time to heal or process. I'm not sure. Like at that point, I had some people around me who were kind of quite needy. And I had read somewhere, like they were very needy, very draining, very emotionally demanding. And I had read somewhere that entities can sometimes sort of jump in and kind of not exactly take over, but cause people to act slightly differently. We use them as agents to get to you. And there was one particular one that I can think of around at that time. I mean, yeah, maybe. Can we ever be certain? I'm not sure, but it was very unpleasant. I would not like to repeat that. Like, I didn't realise how unwell I looked until I went back and actually looked at those videos. For some reason, I can't remember what it was. I think I might have been putting them all into playlists or something like that, and I was like, holy shit, I look ill. I look very, very drained, very, very done in. And that was why. And I hadn't really shared with anybody what I was experiencing, because it was kind of nuts at that point, but, you know, all hail my Reiki person. I should really see if she's still in the country. I mean, she was planning to move to Turkey before all of this kicked off. And I saw her about this time last year. But I haven't spoken to her this year at all. I should get in touch with her. Joni, that sounds very alarming. You felt like your heart was being sucked out of your chest. You sucked it back and went, what the hell? The cow was telling me to get my feet in the grass. Holy shit, that sounds quite overwhelming. Lorinda asks, I said things would be hard through to 2025. What did I mean? I mean that astrologically speaking, we are going through somewhat of a rebirth at the moment, like as a planet, as a species, really. And astrologers were getting very, very excited about 2020 forever, right? It was actually predicted that 2020 would see the beginning of the fall of the way that we live at this time. Some posited that we would see the fall of the patriarchy. Hello, I'm here for that all day long. But that there would be, you know, big crises with things. Mars being in Virgo as it was for the last 2 years up until September, place a heavy emphasis on health being a thing, right? So there were lots of very smart astrologers who were putting all sorts of things together, like 2020 was going to be a big year. But the ructions that are going on, astrologically speaking, really continue right the way through to 2025. So, you know, wherever you sit politically at this point, I don't think it really matters. And if you're still paying attention to politics, then you're kind of missing the point of what's going on. There's a new world trying to birth itself, and I feel like all the injustices that are going on in the world at the moment, this shoehorning in of a particular kind of, I'm choosing my words very carefully now, overly authoritative, let's put it that way, approach by ruling institutions on people is kind of like this last gasp of a dying structure. Let's put it that way, I think. Right? I think that it's going to be resoundingly positive on the other side of this, but much like the act of childbirth is actually quite a violent thing. You know, it's violent for the baby and it's violent for the woman. Like, on the other side of it, it's absolutely brilliant, but like, nobody's fucking enjoying it while it's happening, you know. That's what I mean. Now, in truth, honestly, it's 2050. God, no. I just did a massive mental hiccup there. But I was thinking I will be 50 in 2030. It'll be 2030 before everything's kind of settled properly, and we are now living in a new way. Like, between now and 2025, think of it as childbirth, right? We're going through a violent upheaval of the way that everything's been done, and with Pluto return happening in March for the states, which it is because countries can have Pluto returns, we can expect a lot to be revealed about what has been hidden from us, and this has particular reference to politicians, celebrities, all this kind of thing, right? So there's all sorts of things going on that we are not aware of, and when we see the extent of them, we will want shot of them, and we will not want those kind of things to be around anymore, right? Paving the way for a new world. But between 2025 and 2030, what you've got is it's my daughter, is that kind of settling down period where all of the dust begins to settle and we rebuild something better than what we have been experiencing up until that time, right? So my addendum to this would be, what's going on outside of you is a massive distraction, because the biggest threat to the establishment, to the order that we currently live in, is people taking personal responsibility, doing their own work, refusing to be drawn into the circus of current events, and concentrating on what actually matters, the people that matter, our relationships, our relationship with ourselves, our relationship with our God, our relationship with the universe, spirituality generally. These are the things that we're to focus on, because the more you focus on those, the more you lose the fear, which is the currency that is currently being used on the planet, like fucking planet wide. It's all about fear. It's all about the cultivation of fear and then the maintenance of fear. And when you lose your personal fears, when you lose your triggers, you start to step back from what's going on, and you're like, well, this is bullshit. I'm going to go and do something more interesting while this all dies down. Like, we don't feed it in the same way. That's what I mean by this. This is why I'm pushing everybody so hard. Like, personal responsibility is incredibly important anyway. I'm going to always push that. But in the 6-month overviews, there was a specific, very specific emphasis on personal work. And this is the reason why, right? When you're not scared, then you don't react to things that you're being baited to react to. I think that I've said that as well as I possibly can without using those keywords that the YouTube algorithm will deplatform for me for, but we'll see. Oh, wish let it update, do its thing. Yes, it is. Love a Scorpio, exactly. Feeding off the energy of fear. It is an energy thing, right? We are in a spiritual war right now, and if you are not aware of that, and I think that most people are, if people are working on themselves and they're, watching tarot readings and all that kind of thing, you will be aware that things are not as they are being presented to us. It is all about creating an energy that keeps people very fucking stuck. Right? And when you refuse to be afraid, when you refuse to succumb to the fear, when you do not feed that beast anymore, and you start concentrating on the now, which is the only thing that you have, the now, then you don't succumb to it. You don't pay attention to it. No, let it fall. Yes, April, exactly. Absolute fear. Feeding the low vibration that they want. Yeah, Gabby, exactly so. It is about going within yourself, right? And finding your tribes, right? We've all got tribes. The reason so many people have peeled away in 2020 and 2021, and I fucking lost my entire friendship group. They all just disappeared. There was no falling out with any of them. They all just went off and did their own thing. Was because we were all at different levels, right? So they've gone off to find people that they resonate with, at their frequency, and I am now finding mine. And I am blessed that I have all of you lot, you know, and certainly clients that I have become friends very fucking quickly, you know. It's fantastic. Go within, find yourself, and your tribe will come and find you. That is absolutely the truth of the matter, I think. JT, yeah, no, I've listened to a bit of Cliff High's stuff. Like, I'm not sure what to make of some of it. But lots of it I would agree with. But by which I mean he claims to have written this algorithm, which I found quite interesting. I'm not doubting him in the slightest. It's just, it was the first time that I'd come across it. It was this year. I actually forget what the algorithm was for, but I think it was maybe predicting certain events, I think, just by chatter on the internet and analysing chatter on the internet. But yeah, I mean, I think that was that Maria Franco, we all have a specific part to play in this. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. And the last thing that anybody who is in charge wants is for you to realise that. Is to realise that you have any particular power of your own at all, and you do. You have so much more power, because what they need is your consent. Right? Now, don't give it. Right? No is a complete sentence all on its own. You don't have to justify it, and things may be a bit difficult for the next few years. Yes, they may. But does that mean that you should not say no? No, I don't think that it does. I'm quite prepared to live on the periphery of society, or even completely outside of society, for the next couple of years, until all of this shit blows over. While still doing what I think to be important, because I only have one life, and you know, my right to live that is not given by institutions of any description. That comes from something much, much bigger than me, and much, much bigger than them. I hope that you understand. I'm talking code here, right? Why is so much chat going on here? Wee. Oh, Diane, I don't know if she's here or whether she's in Turkey. Yeah. I tell you what though, like, I will attempt to get in touch with her, and if I can get in touch with her, ask her if she minds if I promote her business for her, because like, she is literally the only person that I will go to for Reiki. And she's very fucking good. Bearing in mind that she only got her master certification in like 2020, I think. It's a matter. Some people are just, you know, born to do certain things, and I feel like she was born to do that. Let's have a look, see what's going on here. Yeah, see, Antonio, you've got so many people who are not in your life now. The best thing that you can do for that is understand that everybody's doing what they think is right. I think that's the best way to put it. Everybody's doing what they think is right, and a lot of people are going about it in a very wrong way. But nevertheless, you know, if they have exited your life, then wish them well and let them get on with it, because they're not supposed to be in your life anymore. That's the way I think about it anyway. Let's have a look. Ian, the BBC, get closer to source in self. Exactly so. Exactly so. Do not be distracted by what is going on outside of you, because it's a last panicked gasp, attempt for control, you know. So you cultivate your relationship with God, with your higher self, with any of these, you know, however we term it. I believe it's all one and the same, personally, you know. And whether we've all got a part to play in the elevation of humanity, and we all need to check that we're on the right side. I am 100% certain that I am on the right side with this one. You know, here we go. If nothing else, my background in law has served very well in this, because I am not a doctor. I do not have any medical training. I'm an intelligent woman and I can digest information as it is presented to me. But what I do know is law. What I do know fundamentally are things like the rule of law. I understand human rights. I understand all of these sorts of things. And from the off, I was looking at the legislation that was being brought in and going, this is wrong. This is taking us down a very dark path. I also know history, because I'm a bit of a history buff. And, you know, history may not repeat, but it certainly does rhyme and all that. And so, the greatest act of rebellion that you can pull off at this point is refusing to engage with the fear. And work on your connections. Let's have a look what's going on here. Fire of the Doom. Darling, I have been thinking about you. I really have. I hope you are well. This year brought 3 deaths for me, one after another. The Ouija board referred to this time as time of soul culling. Many people have gone missing out of your circle. Yeah. Honestly, I feel like there are probably going to be many more that go. I don't know if I would have described it as soul culling, but yeah, I mean, maybe. Yeah. I'm so glad you're here, though. And hello. Fire of the Doom is a very, very talented witch. Are you running any kind of YouTube? Are you doing like just Instagram and stuff, or are you doing stuff on YouTube now as well? Because I knew you were talking about moving on to that. I just have a roll up here and see what I've missed. Yeah, Dean, if I let me get in touch with her and see if she's happy for me to kind of like go, hey people, this is the Reiki, because she'll get slammed immediately, I know. But if she's wanting to expand her business, I'm sure that that she would be cool with that. Love a Scorpio, question everything. Yes. Question literally everything. And be discerning. And that includes, you know, with me. I mean, you know, when I'm sitting and doing a reading, I like use your own discernment. Check what resonates with you, leave the rest. If it doesn't, it's maybe not for you, you know. But always do not give up your autonomy to anyone, and particularly, you know, not to readers, not to this. You've got to do what is right for you. in there. Aisha Riaz is asking about climate change. I've been looking at some things recently that has kind of changed my opinion on that. Like, I watched An Inconvenient Truth back when it came out, and I was absolutely mortified. I was absolutely horrified. But there is a wealth of information on the internet now, very well researched, very rigorous, that points us towards the fact that this is yet another tool in the arsenal of whoever it may be, and that it may not be quite such a clear-cut situation as we are being led to believe. Let's put it that way. Zapotec, do I have any recommendations for someone for a personal reading at the moment? Do you mean like books, or do you mean tarot readers who are doing personal readings at the moment? Because I can furnish you with both, depending on which one it is. Yeah, Yvonne Moore. That's totally a thing. That's totally a thing. Did I tell you about the weird snow that I had last year? I don't think that I did. So, I remember last year when it was snowing in Texas, I saw loads of videos. There was one particular one on TikTok that I saw of a chap setting fire to snow and it burning and going black, and I was like, holy shit, that's the weirdest fucking thing that I've ever seen. And it snowed quite dramatically here for the first time in ages, right? And I went out with the dog for a walk, and I was like, what is with this snow? This is really weird, because it was like polystyrene. It was tiny little circular balls, which is not usually how we get snow here, right? And the weird thing is, it wouldn't compact, not really. Like, you walk along and it would just kick in balls of the snow everywhere, like these tiny little balls. And I was like, this is really weird. And what I meant to do was actually see if I could set fire to it, but I kept forgetting about it. And instead I just took kids sledging instead. But that was weird. And in my 41 years, I've never seen snow like that, ever. That was really bizarre. Much like the conkers had disappeared last year as well. There were no conkers. Every year for, my eldest son is 22 now, every year since my kids were big enough to walk, taking them out looking for conkers every autumn. It's one of my favourite things to do. And no conkers last year. Anyway, what's that about? It's a bit weird. Zapotec, tarot readers who are doing personal readings. Okay, so I can recommend Owl's Eye Tarot, who has been on the chat here. I don't know if he's still here. Jason, he's here. Ditch Witch Tarot, who I have not seen this evening. She's usually in the chat, but she's not here. She's probably busy, actually, doing witchy things. I can recommend both of those. Fire of the Doom, are you still doing personal readings? Maybe. I mean, there's a lot of tarot readers in the chat here. I mean, I'm pretty sure somebody would help you out with that. Let's have a look. Let's see. Cynthia Rose, was that both because you want book recommendations? Because I've mentioned a few books this evening that I definitely would recommend that people read, depending on your interests and what you want. If we're talking about personal work, I'll pull this one back up again. I 100% would recommend this one here, Soul Strong, by Richard Abbott. I think you can only get those through his shop on Instagram. So go find him. It's Richard Abbott with 1 T, and he's written loads and loads of books, but this one is astounding, absolutely astounding piece of work. If it's if you're interested in sigils and chaos magic, friend of mine's just written this one here, Mark Vincent, Sigil Secret. What is it? I've got a shitload of books. Like, I'm not even joking. Like, I went down to the tarot conference with just this little flight case with my clothes in it, and there were stalls and stuff there, and I was like, oh shit. How am I going to get what I'm going to buy? Because I am going to buy some stuff here. How am I going to get this back to Newcastle? And luckily, my partner was coming down for on the Saturday, because we were going to go out for dinner or do something. You know, actually, we ended up hanging out in the bar with a load of cool people who were at the tarot conference. We ended up putting all the books in the suitcase, and I was like, please bring a big bag down with you. And he brought a big rucksack down, so he put all my clothes in the rucksack, and we still ended up with like extra bags as well. So much wisdom got carried back to Newcastle that day, but until I have read all of them, I don't really have any to recommend at this point. The Urban Voodoo book as well, if you're interested in that. There, that one. I'll tell you what I did buy, and I packed it, so I haven't had a chance to read it. It was a book on Marie Laveau. Was it her autobiography, or her biography rather, that came out this year? I bought it and then promptly packed it, so I haven't read that, but I've been very excited to read that. Oh, right. Oh, is Anna doing a live tonight? Ah, right. Well, that's why she's not here. That makes sense then. I had no idea. I didn't realise. Oh, fuck. That's a shame. I would have liked to have jumped onto hers and said hello. Oh, I love a Scorpio. Bless you. That's so kind of you. Thank you. I love the little pirate flag. That's cool as fuck. Right. So if you're looking for readers, check out the chat here, because there are quite a few of them in the chat. And like I said, these are the ones that I would recommend. Jason and Anna are dear friends of mine. Absolute soul family. So grateful to have met them, and that, you know, for all I complain about the modern world in all its senses, like the technology that we're all talking together on now is what has enabled me to meet those two, and I would not be without them. Absolutely extraordinary humans, both of them. Ellen Goodsell, hi, how are you doing your readings? Are they general, specific to the person, or are you doing the zodiacs? So the readings that I put out on YouTube and Vimeo are general collective readings for the zodiac signs, simply because it is the most sensible way to group them. When I do personal readings, they are for the person that is in front of me. Like, I like to know what sign they are. If you can give me your sun, moon and ascendant, that's quite a useful thing to know. But simply as a starting place, and I only really ask that because it gives me a foothold into what they might be experiencing. Like, it's kind of like a time saver more than anything else, right? So I've got a certain set of ideas about what things they might be wrestling with at this point. But beyond that, it is absolutely about the person as they sit in front of me, and we'll bring the zodiac stuff in as and when it is relevant, because there are certain, you know, predispositions in each of the sign, you know, negative and positive, you know, and there are particular things that signs look for that other signs won't, you know, that sort of thing. But it's very much governed by who is in front of me at any given time. Well, I've got another Aquarius. Hello, Patricia. You and others are creating the tribe once again, so we can face the algorithmic world they are forcing upon us. I really hope that I have a part to play in facing that down, because I entirely reject it. Entirely reject it. Which is not to say that there aren't good things that I want to keep hold of. Like I said, indeed, just the technology that we are talking on at this point, you know, right now. The fact that I can sit here and speak to somebody who is in Brazil is absolutely astounding. You know, one of my personal clients is in Mexico, and it was amazing. I was doing a reading for her. God, I can't remember when it was, and it was some sort of holiday, and there were all sorts of incredible noises going on outside because there was huge celebrations going on. You know, it's just a cool thing. It's a very cool thing. Oh. Oh, let's have a look. Ellen, it's not. Ellen's asked if anyone can read for her for free. Like, I just want to, you know, on behalf of all tarot readers in the world, like, just sort of gently remind you that nothing is free when you are, just because it doesn't involve the transaction of money, you know, like, when you do a free reading for someone, it's not you just sitting there and reading cards. Like, it does take something from you, you know, and should be looking to barter rather than get things for free, I think. On occasion, you know, with my Reiki friend, I've exchanged a reading. I've given her a reading and she's given me a Reiki session. I've got other friends who are tarot readers. Sometimes tarot readers like to go to other tarot readers because sometimes they're a little bit close to the situation and they can't quite work out what the thing is. You know, they want a different perspective. Ditch Witch Tarot has given me a reading for exactly that, and we exchange readings, right? So she did a reading for me and I'll do a reading for her at some point, you know, with no money being exchanged. Just saying. Gregory, that's really kind of you, Gregory Allen. I want to acknowledge that. I really, really appreciate you saying that. Thank you. Ooh. Let's have a look. Oh, fuck. The chat's just updated again. It's insane. I love bartering. Like, you know, true exchange of energy and stuff. You've got a skill, you know, offer it for sure, but exchange, that's the way forward for sure. Hello, Michelle Bustamante. I'm alright. I'm good. I'm better than I have been now, I think. That's awesome, Gabby. I really, really appreciate the way that Mexicans, and I guess it's like culturally Latino anyway, really venerate their ancestors. Like, I really, really appreciate that, and the relationship that they have with death as well. Like, it's so healthy. It's really, really healthy, and I think that it's missing in a lot of the rest of Western culture. You know. I really, really do. I've taken a lot of comfort, you know, in death from being able to sit with the bodies and whatnot. Like, and it's not something that frightens me at all. It's something that I feel is a privilege and an honour. I've always felt like that, you know, and I sat with my daughter and I sat with my husband, both of them, after they died. I actually washed both of them and got them ready for the funerals. And that, again, actually weirdly felt like something that I'd done many, many, many times before. And it was just right. It just felt like it was the proper thing to do. And I wish that we could cultivate more comfort with that as a society. Not just for the people that are dying, but also the people that are left afterwards, you know. Exactly, Lizelle. It's the natural processes of life and death, and you know, like I said before, like we live in a duality consciousness. Like everything needs to be in balance, and light and dark, and night and day, and life and death. You know, one without the other loses its significance. It loses its meaning. Right? We have to hold both of them. That's my That's my perspective on it. No, I don't think this is my first time around. I've been around once or twice. Couple of times at least. Up to you, Tarot. I'm not doing personal readings at the moment. I paused them in March, simply because my existence is very, very chaotic at the moment. I've got an awful lot of things going on, some housing instability. I don't know what is going to happen over the next couple of months. I don't even know, if I'm honest about it, whether I will be able to continue to consistently put out videos on YouTube and Vimeo. I am assuming that I will, because I think that that's probably the sensible way to look at this, but there is a small possibility that I may disappear for a little bit, like depending on where I end up. You know, the situation may not be conducive to me being able to sit down and record videos. As soon as I am more settled, as soon as I am somewhere where I can do it, I will be picking up the personal readings again. I think at this point, I should probably warn you that I might end up just limiting it to the patrons, simply because of how slammed I get for requests for readings. The last 2 times I opened my books, I opened them up 24 hours in advance to the patrons, and they took all of the slots. There was nothing left over at all. And that's, you know, I don't know, it seems like another way that I can give back to the patrons who support me so amazingly on Patreon. You know, and it's not just financial. There was a point this year where I kind of got all up in my head, and I actually arranged a Zoom meeting. I got on Patreon and I said, right, this is a crack. I'm going to do a Zoom meeting this evening. Anybody who wants to turn up is very, very welcome. You know, I want your input on, you know, what works for you, what doesn't work for you, what you want to see more of, what you want to see less of, you know, what can I do for you, you know. And that was what I set out with the intention of doing. And actually what happened was my patrons sat me down and in a very, very loving way told me to slow the fuck down and take care of myself. And it was so unexpected. It was not at all what I'd anticipated, or how I'd anticipated the evening going. But, you know, I hadn't realised that there was so much care there. And there really was. There's so much care from my patrons towards me, and also from me towards them. But I don't know, in my head somewhere, I must have assumed that it was kind of one-sided, but it really isn't. And it turned into the most beautiful, I don't know, almost like a therapy session or something. But, you know, it was amazing. And they said, we don't want any more from you. Stop it. Behave. What we want you to do is not burn yourself out. And the next day, because I did it in the evening, like I literally just lay on the sofa all day because I couldn't do anything else, because this was so unexpected. It floored me so hard that I couldn't do anything. I had to just lie on the sofa and think about what they'd said all day. And it was nuts. And so my patrons have a very, very special place in my heart, because it's not just about, it's not transactional in the way that sometimes these things are portrayed. Not at all. I'm actually getting a little bit emotional thinking about it. But the patrons make a huge difference to me, and 2022 will see me doing much more for them specifically, because at the end of the day they keep my lights on, they keep my house running, and so I probably will be limiting the readings to just them, I think. But I don't know, they might not want any readings. They might go, no, fuck off, Kerry, we're not interested. And I'll go, alright, okay, well, I'll just offer them to everyone then. You know, who knows? It will happen soon, but not yet. Alicia's asked if I can recommend someone for past life regression. Not really, because when I went and got mine done, it was from a chap in North Shields. Like, I literally drove to his house. This is what he does. So it very much depends on where you are geographically located, because I'm not sure how successful these things would be over Zoom. I mean, they probably would be. I've seen a reason why it wouldn't, to be honest. I know that at the moment that isn't a facility that he offers, but, you know, ask around in the chat, somebody might know. Oh, bless you, magical goddess. I look forward to receiving your letter. That would be awesome. We don't send enough letters, physical letters, to people. Let's have a look here. God, this is all right. It's doing things. Oh, you know, right, so Fire of the Doom knows someone who does Zoom call regressions. There you go. You know, I was thinking about it, and then when I said I'm not sure that would be something that would work over the internet, like, that's like literally ridiculous. Of course it would, in exactly the same way that tarot readings and all that sort of thing do. I was thinking back actually to the classes that I've done, the Treadwell's classes with Julian and Mark, and both of those, in all the classes that I've done, have involved in some degree or another doing some sort of meditation or some sort of trance work or something like that, and that's all, it's all happened over the internet, and it's been no less effective for that. So, yeah. Edward M. I got involved in a barter scheme some years back. Some chancer thought a jar of chutney was fair exchange for a day's skilled labour. Was it magic chutney? Yes, yeah, I think they might have got the wrong end of the stick with how bartering works there, honestly. Okay, Joni, it's been lovely to have you here. Thank you so much for turning up. I really appreciate it. Yeah, you're right. The only challenge is if you don't have a good internet connection, that makes things a bit shitty. But like, if you've got a relatively decent, and it doesn't have to be amazing. I mean, there've been some tarot readings that I've done where the other person's had such a poor internet connection that, you know, they've turned off their video. And so they could see me, I couldn't see them, but they could see me, and that worked. I've done others where there was one chap who couldn't get his microphone to work at all, and I could see him and he could see me. He could hear me, but he was writing responses on a piece of paper, and I was like, this is never going to work. I was like, give me your phone number, I'll ring you. And so I just put him on speakerphone, and we did it like that, and that worked. Good night, Scott. Thank you for coming. Like, do you know what? I think Scott is the dude who has turned up to every single one of my live streams. Every single one that I've run in the last 2 years. I'm sure Scott has been there. It's always a pleasure, Scott. Thank you for coming. Jean, please take magnesium to help your anxiety. It's massively helped me through stressful times. Dark chocolate helps too. Yeah, like, I shall. It's just a good thing for women to take all together. I think it helps with all sorts of women things. People, it's nearly 12:30. I've been here for 3, 4. I've been here for 5 hours. What the fuck? That's kind of flown by just a little bit. Magnesium helps you not give a fuck. Awesome. Is it that good, Rita? Like, I take it every now and again when I remember, when I'm being good and taking all the supplements that I've got. Morning spiraling turmeric coconut oil is a binding agent. Cool. So I've been taking NACs because I've heard that those are really good for regenerative health, like regenerating cellular health, rather. I've been taking quercetin as well because I got hold of some of that, and magnesium when I remember, and vitamin D. Anything else? I don't know. A few things. The vitamin D is really important. I'm going to share this with you. If you live in the Northern Hemisphere, and particularly if you're in the UK, if you live any further north than Manchester, the chances are that you are vitamin D deficient because the sun is not strong enough to cause you to create vitamin D, which is a hormone, because it's just not strong enough up here. So I take a lot of vitamin D. And the darker your skin, the more a problem that is, also, interestingly. But I would imagine it's also similar for northern territories, I would think, over in America and Canada, I would think. But I will make more of a point of taking the magnesium. Marion, you're off to bed. Yeah, it's fucking late, right? Accidentally pulled one of my like monster live stream sessions without even intending to. I don't know where the time's gone. It's absolutely insane. Thank you for coming. I really, really appreciate it. I will speak. I'm sure I'll send you a message tomorrow at some point. Suzanne Sharp, that is absolutely banging advice for anybody. Suzanne said, this year I made a decision to change my life in a profound way, live in freedom, to be who I am and spend more time reading and spending time in nature. If everybody fucking did that, it would be so good. It would be so good. Oh, you're all so wonderful. Hello, the Raven Creative. That's a really cool name. I like that. My new home is getting ready for me. Good. That is bitching news because I am so fucking ready. I'm so fucking ready for it. If nothing else, I just want to be able to get my books out again. I just like spat my dummy out a couple of, well, no, it was probably a couple of months now, and said, well, that's it. I'm just going to unpack again. And my partner was like, do you think that's a good idea? I'm sick of my books being packed up. I'm sick of tripping over boxes. I calmed myself down again. I didn't unpack, but I've now got a ton of books to repack again that I bought since. Jean Foodice, you're off to bed too. You're so welcome. You're all so lovely. I just can't tell you how fucking wonderful you all are. You know? It's one thing to think that you found your purpose, but it's quite another to have it reflected back at you in such a profound way as you will do when you show up on these lives. And your comments and your messages and your emails, like I'm shit at responding to all of them, but you know, like I read everything. I really do, and it does make a difference. Ruta, no, my notice ran out on my house on Friday, so I'm now here illegally. I'm waiting for the eviction papers to drop through the letterbox. That'll be exciting and fun, won't it? Gabby, I will endeavour to start doing this a little bit more frequently. Like I said right at the beginning, I don't know if you were here right at the beginning, but it was actually one of my patrons last year who sent me a message and said, I think it's about time you did another live, you know, like an emotional support thing, because people get so much out of them. And I was really gobsmacked because I'd never realised, I'd never really thought about it in that way. Like I knew I enjoyed them and I got something out of them, and other people seem to enjoy them, but something as profound as emotional support, I didn't realise that was a thing. And I was like, yes, we should totally do that. And it really did. And the whole point of every live stream that I have done since then, it has been about, oh fuck, raising the roof with the sound of our joy. And that patron who messaged me, her name was Joy. She was very, very special to me. She died very recently, and that's the reason why the readings are late this month, because I've been really struggling to pull myself together to get them done because of her passing. But I think it's beautiful that I just remembered that, and that was her name. So each one of these is dedicated to Joy and the profound effect that she had on everybody that met her. But it's her that we have to thank for the fact that they happen in this way at all anyway, you know. So we will definitely do more of these. To Joy, indeed. To Joy. You're all such wonderful human beings. An angel amongst us, indeed. Yeah. And she's certainly having an adventure. Without a shadow of a doubt. Definitely. So, I think on that note, the note that I started and also the note that I ended, I think probably I'm going to draw a close to this now. Joy's candle is burning beauty. It smells wonderful, this candle here. This is the candle that I lit right at the beginning. For Joy, and for my daughter, and for my late husband, and for everyone who has passed, whose presence we miss but see, and sometimes hear in the trees, you know. So, know that I love you all so very, very much, and you bring such incredible value to my life, and for as long as I bring value to yours, and I am able, I shall be here for you. I think that I will say goodnight to you all. Love you all so much. I'm going to go and pass out in my bed now. Right. I don't know how to stop the stream. What's the fucking OBS shit everywhere. Right. I'm going to do this. Alright. Take care, everyone. Enjoy the rest of your Samhain, if you've got any of it left. And I will see you all very soon.